who you are. Robert's son.
Tell her your name.
I'm Billy.
And hi, I'm your cousin.
Don't do me like that. I don't do cameras.
And Shirley, that's Robert's wife, which is Grandma's nephew. Wife.
And niece.
And niece. June 20th, we're in Lexington, Kentucky. There's Dot, Mary, Mother. Oh, Richmond, Kentucky. My mistake. Hey, Robert, I saw the lightning bug. Robert, say hi. There's a lightning bug in the jar next to you.
She's filming around.
It's hard now. Wait just a minute. Oh. How you doing?
I'm having fun catching the bugs.
Oh.
This is my cousin.
Look, right up there, something.
Very.
Right up there. Lightning bugs.
Yep, they're showing up.
Can you see them in there?
Yeah, it's working. Now I'm gonna try to get it out of the yard. Guys, it's working. This is my favorite part of Kentucky is the lightning bugs. I tried to catch them and bring them home before, but it didn't work out. I don't know, they're pretty big bugs. I don't know why they light up at night, but they sure make a beautiful, magical, mystical evening for us here. We're at Geneva's, which is Mother's sister-in-law. Buster's wife, and Uncle Buster has since passed away. We just got through with a lovely Kentucky Fried Chicken dinner. I saw that. Yeah, they're jumping all over the place down here. These are closer.
That's right.
There's no dog.
Where?
That's how you get them caught up.
And I'll do whatever I'm supposed to do, and then when my time comes, that's all.
It's gonna work for it.
Look at this western one coming up. Like the Walton's front porch or something. Around western porch. Nice closed-in screen porch. Up there. Gee, these are really nice. Probably, is that it over there to the left? Richmond, Kentucky. Outside of Lexington.
There's a little road between house and
We come up to see Robert's girlfriend's house.
To the left, right here, Carrie.
Whoops, I've got track. Hi, Doc.
Hi, Karen.
She's our chauffeur.
For your building lot. We're not in bumper cars. Oh, dead, scared, skunk in the middle of the road, stinking to the high heavens. Well, he came up through the highway in the middle of the night, and he didn't look left, and he didn't look right. Dead skunk in the middle of the road. Roll up the windows and hold your nose. Dead skunk in the middle of the road, stinking to the high heavens. I love that song.
It's all that song.
Huh?
It's all that song.
Beautifully green.
This mule right here belonged to my father-in-law, Shirley's father, Ed Christmas. This painter right here is a painter, an artist in Berea, Kentucky, Mitch Toller. We will go up to his art gallery sometime while you're here. He was contracted by Leaner, a woman named Leaner at Leaner's Antique Shop, to paint 2 mules and call it Doc and Minnie, because that was her grandfather's mule when she was a tiny girl. This is not really 2 mules, it's a shadow of that mule. That one's a shadow of that one. But he only had 1 mule that day. That Mitch Toller went up there to the house. There you go.
Thank you.
It's on this mule. I've got down there in that demon right there. I have a mirror in it now. Yeah, that's a mirror I put in there. That don't hardly ever go anywhere.
This is the harness that belonged to Shirley's dad, to the mule. What was the mule's name?
Well, they call it in that picture Doc and Minnie. He probably had some other name for it, Joe Blow or something.
Mm. And he's deceased now.
Yes, he did. He traded in horses and mules and stuff like that.
Who got milk from them? Did you say someone bought?
Skidmore, Tom Skidmore, bought milk and eggs from my mother-in-law. They had milk cows and chickens and all that up there on the
And
farm.
Shirley?
Shirley used to do that when she was a little girl.
Oh. And she lived up in the mountains?
Yeah, in the mountains.
And she was born in where?
Log Holler,
Log Holler.
on the side of the mountain.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I got her on tape last night, and I'll get her again on the reunion. Thank you, Albert.
All right. I should have.
Hey, you can show me.
Yeah. That's her dad. With 2 of his mules. And he made this little old wagon. And this is some wood that was on the barn, up at his barn, and I made this picture for him.
I'll be darned. You're very talented. That's a very good picture. I bet that brings her a lot of comfort, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yours to have him around.
We're in the little community of Waco. We're at the graveyard in the little town, little country church where our grandparents are buried. Robert, who was that? Okay, this is Uncle Buster's grave.
Eliza McKinney Ginter and her husband George William Ginter. It is the reunion that we're going to this Sunday is in honor of these grandparents of mine who would be your great-grandparents.
Okay.
Jim is a brother to my mother who died without marriage.
What's his name?
Charlie.
Charlie.
Dudley Clay Berryman Sr. and Mary Maud Ginter Berryman.
Okay. Well, tell me a little bit about the church, Mother.
The church is an added on church, it's not yours.
Yeah.
It's always been a one room.
Yeah,
My
they built
mother's
these back.
baby is here somewhere close by.
Who?
Robert.
Uncle Robert's buried down there with Grandpa.
This is Grandma and Grandpa?
Yeah. My family.
No, that's her brother.
Yeah, he had some disease that affected his brain after he never got beyond 6 years old. You know.
Mother, do you know, Robert, about the stained glass window? Somebody donated a stained glass window there.
See on the side there, all of those was donated.
Yeah, and they got the names on the inside for the inside.
Did you get the dates on these?
Ain't got no lot, but ain't got no lot. At that time, Robinson.
Yeah.
Robinson. Okay. She, in fact, owned these lots because she was the only remaining one of them left. But she never offered to sell to my dad.
Well, that's just good.
Right. Right. She died, and it was the saying, and, you know, matter of fact, we had a reunion one time out somewhere, and she took a little piece of paper, and she had all them cousins.
He was almost one.
Just barely liking a few days. They said that they had something. Well, Aunt Dosha was. See, that's how come that they've got double first cousins. There was a guy named Joe Ginter, run this little store right down here,
Mm-hmm.
College Hill store.
Okay.
He had a sister, which was that woman right up there, Carrie. Dudley Berryman had a sister named Dosha, and they married each other,
Making double first cousin.
making double first cousins.
Okay.
They've got a lot of each other's blood in them.
And she had a baby that they buried somewhere out here, but nobody knows where.
Ain't Dosha.
Who did they belong to, Mary and Floyd?
Sam Booth and Mary.
Sam Booth.
Sam Boone. Okay, that's them cats in Cincinnati. John Floyd and Mary, that's right. Yeah.
And the babies, Lorraine
Yeah.
lived 10 days. And this baby was born and died the same day, March 1st, 1919. Mom always thought that John Floyd was an only child. And he had 2 siblings.
Yeah.
A daughter and a son. They had
He's
a daughter and a son.
he's actually the one that does all that writing in papers and stuff.
Uh-huh.
He's into that big time.
The genealogy?
Yeah.
Who is it?
John Floyd.
John Floyd.
I just saw Ben. He's up at Jackson. What's that guy?
There's nobody over there, darling.
This is the little Methodist church by the gravesite where Mother attended church. She was a Methodist. Is this where they used to ring the bell for you, Mother?
Yeah, that's in my hometown.
They like to sing.
And then we got to like to get our white children.
We all took up an offering.
Carrie Ann,
Which one? I got that one.
did you get the wording in memory of the life?
Oh, is that right? Well, it's a whole nother ballgame here.
That's pretty. Turn around, Mary.
Do you really? I grew up in Ravenna, Kentucky.
Sound of it?
And one of my friends used to get on the bottom and it lifted him all the way up the belfry and then back down.
And when her mother couldn't take care of her, we're in Waco, Kentucky. She stayed with her Aunt Kate. We're now entering, like I said, Waco County, a little tiny town. Grocery store where Aunt Kate used to work as a telephone operator. The mother would sit and color and cut paper dolls out of the magazines and the Sears catalog. We're now entering in what, Mother? Ravenna?
Well, actually,
This is urban still.
Irvin.
drugstore.
It's kind of hard. It might not all be in focus.
Ravenna flea market. Super. A playground for the children. There's the VFW. Let's go on down to the VFW. Let's go to Choo Choo Park and play a little racket. To get over, yeah. See, I told you, Mom.
Okay. Does this look familiar to you, Mother?
Oh, yeah.
Good, I guess
Just
I'll
fix the house and stuff.
We're almost coming up to Mom's house. Turn to the right. Carrie Ann.
Okay, I'm turning to the right slowly. Which house is it?
Screen
That's
there.
that poor little thing next door to Bill Wise's remodeled home.
Right there.
Right there.
This is mine right here.
Oh, right here. Right here.
Blue, the turquoise?
Uh-huh.
Well, now you went by it so fast.
Yellow. Where's the left?
Where's he going?
You can just park out in the street, don't you?
How's Mama? Big Mama.
He don't know who you're going to show.
I know. Her and your hand, the darndest things happen.
How are you?
Oh, better now.
I'm doing all right. Come in.
Well, look over at me, please. Doshi,
The third one.
have her look over here, Dot.
411, they changed
Go.
the numbers.
Look out, Carrie Ann.
Merry Christmas. In Nancy's house.
So what house is
She's
Carrie
over on the other street, remember?
Who? Which house is Carrie Benner's house?
My house.
And that's the third one.
I've been real
Excuse me.
sick with this thing. Don't know there.
But they used to be whose houses?
Huh? Done a lot of filming because I don't know who they are.
Used to do roller skate flips off us.
I'll bet you they've gone in to do Bill and Glad. Well, I won't go in. I'll just say hello to Miss Brandenburg.
To who?
Mrs. Brandenburg.
Mother, who is this?
Okay.
Who is this?
This is your wife.
Oh, I've heard you talk about him.
I hope it was good.
Yeah, good neighbor, good friend.
This is my oldest daughter, Carrie Ann.
Husband's coming in from the Navy. Of course, I get up and take her too.
You're forgetting. Whoever came in from the Navy, well, it must have been Max.
Yeah.
Max Wise
Our
coming
brother
in.
was in the Navy too. And other girls.
Yeah.
Dorothy,
I gave
particularly.
him a kiss on the cheek, and I got two candy kisses. Two chocolate candy kisses. It was his brother Max.
Well, sure it is.
Do you?
Well, oh, yes.
Well, you're as beautiful as ever.
Well, I know it. You are, too. You have changed a bit, my
He
lady.
said I got a lot bigger. And you say you're as pretty as ever. That's nice.
Well, you know, women have to stick together anyway.
That's right. You ever seen Geneva?
Hadn't seen her for a while. I was going to ask Robert what she was doing since,
Babysitting.
well, her sister told me that, Ruth told me that in the Kroger store over there.
Yeah.
Bird, bird, everybody. Oh, wow, look at that. But is that an eagle or a hawk?
That Mother used to talk about that she used to cross to go to the Kentucky River to swim. This is from her backyard. Actually from her neighbor Bill's backyard. And those beautiful little rolling hills. His dad used to work on the railroad when they had the first star car in the neighborhood. Yeah. Behind Mother's house, just across from the railroad tracks. You hear the birds?
I know that.
That's what I heard. Children playing on her street, quiet, like a Norman Rockwell place. That's little William.
Ow. Ow. I just took a bath.
Here, no, come around
No,
this
you
way.
take me. No, you had
You were a good child.
Sing,
That's for
sing to the top of my lungs over there.
You remember the Parkers?
lived in this house, this 408 over there. And Orly was a clerk over there too, I mean the secretary for the freight house. And her father was the head of the Kentucky Tennessee Light and Power Company, who had the public electricity here at that time. And Mrs. Parker, she called me her little Democrat.
Do you remember any of Mother's dogs or her cat that she saved with the mange?
Any of my animals?
Yes, you remember how you had a dog named Spot? Yeah, nice little dog, and I think it got a car got it or something killed it. It didn't last too long.
Married one named Junior. He got poisoned.
Is that right?
White.
I've got a
Well, Spot was white too.
a portrait of my grandmother hanging in my hallway at
Got a
home.
spot on his side out there.
And she seems very
Very
kind.
many kitty cats.
You remember the Rick and Rose?
I wondered what
And the
happened.
Gibsons? Do you remember
Do you think I look like my grandmother at all?
Hatfield?
From the time that I was a very little girl,
And
my
Mrs.
mother
Wheeler?
sometimes would take my face
And
in
the
her
Cochrans?
hands and say,
Jim is still living.
Dottie Kay, my mother.
She lives here by herself. Old
Because I
man
have
still
you.
has
You look
her.
just like my mother.
She went with Bill Floyd for a while.
I had a portrait taken of me when I was 24 years old. It's hanging
And this house
underneath my
wasn't here,
grandmother.
remember?
And our heads
Tennis
are
court there.
exactly the same
Yeah.
angle.
Yeah.
We have the same
Oh, I
lips.
wondered if
Our
I saw it
noses
in
are
the
the
card
same. It's like,
back in there, you
it's
know?
uncanny.
Beg your pardon?
We both turned our heads exactly the same
back
way.
in there.
No,
And they're hanging
I guess I
together in the
did.
hallway.
the tennis
Pictures
court
of
was here
black
where
and white,
this brick
and
house
mine's
is.
color.
That's a beautiful
But
house.
Mr. Holliday built that.
To meet somebody.
Lived there until they
Because you know,
died.
moms can be real nice. Wanted to meet somebody that would tell me that I
They
look
just
like.
recently remodeled this
Carrie Ann.
house over here, the Brick and Road house.
Is it true, really?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I want you to wheel me there. That was a little streetcar that was a wind-up or
There you
something.
are.
And when I
I
used
just
to come
think
over
it's really
here,
neat.
I wound it up and
Really
played
neat.
with it every time
I
I
wanted
ever
to
came.
put a picture of
I
No.
was
mine.
kept in that closet that
It wasn't
made
a streetcar,
Well, it was something like
and I don't know where it is now.
Grandma and me.
I gave it either to Raleigh or Wilbur,
You know, we could
because
be
it belonged to Marshall.
Yeah. I have
And it wasn't a street, it was a
No.
Toonerville trolley.
It's not for me.
Yeah, with one
All my
wheel,
sisters can have them. I don't want
off,
it.
you know, so that it would rock up and down. You wind it up and it would run, and the old couple would crank and it would stop, you know, and then you crank and when it would start up again. You remember
I
that?
don't remember it being that. This one just seemed like it was a
I
car
aggravate
off
myself
of,
enough.
say a circus train or something, I don't know, but every time I came over, I got to play with it. And it was in that closet.
I don't remember, the only thing I remember is the Toonerville trolley. And after Marshall died, I gave it to either Raleigh or Wilbur.
So,
Was how
the
much
chances
I
of me having something wrong with a baby would be way too high.
Oh,
now.
are you?
It's like sometimes I look back and I go, uh-oh, I forgot to have kids.
And I thought, oh, I'd like to see that again.
Well, do you remember the Toonerville comics? The Toonerville trolley
I've been
combing.
doing this all day.
Not
It was
much.
a comic strip in the comic sheet, and this fellow was the Toonerville.
It's a
He
chronology
would
because
meet
it's
the
history for us.
other passengers, you know, and it was a sort of a folksy thing.
I didn't have a lot of toys, and so it was just so nice to come over here and play with that toy. And then, of course, Mrs. Gibson pulled all of my teeth. You know, when I had a loose one, she put a string around it and tied it to a door knob and opened the door for us.
How about that, Mother?
And then she gave me this huge sentimeter 30 cents.
Yeah.
And it was so wonderful to have a few coins in my pocket.
And he was telling us that they nicknamed Mother Dutchie. And you say it was your brother?
My oldest brother, yes, Marshall.
Marshall. Named Margaret Ann Dutchie.
Yeah, right.
What do you know about my grandmother? They say I'm a lot like her.
What's to know about her? She was our neighbor and was a good friend of ours. we were close for years and years and years. And they live next door to here where my son lives now. And, she was a wonderful lady. And Mr. Berryman worked for the railroad as my father did. We knew them all, knew them well, and grew up with the family.
My mother told me once that her dad got one of the first star cars in town. Do you know anything about that?
No, but I remember that there was a car in the garage when he died. And I think maybe Ralph Hunt bought it and remodeled it. And I believe it was a Dodge, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, and he worked over on the railroad station?
He worked over at the freight depot.
Freight depot.
The clerk in the freight depot, L&N Railroad Freight Depot.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. And what about Buster? What do you remember about him? I think he was your best friend, wasn't he?
Buster and I were pretty close to the same age. I was the oldest. And we ran around together, went to school together, and just had we brought up together right here, neighbors in Ravenna.
Was he real close to his little sister?
Beg your pardon?
Was he real close to Margaret Ann?
No, I couldn't say.
Because I heard he worked a lot.
I wouldn't know.
I heard he worked at a gas station.
Buster did everything.
Did he work?
He drove a taxi. He worked at most anything there was available.
And he worked at a gas station, right?
He worked at a gas station, right.
Okay. Well, I appreciate every little bit you've told us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sherry, I used to turn cartwheels off the front porch, and I thought it was this high.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's that high.
To us, it was high.
Yeah.
Cartwheels and roller skates, right, Mother?
Yeah. Cartwheels and roller skates.
Now where?
Stop.
Duh. Now where?
I'm gonna let you turn left.
That way?
Okay. When that policeman decides what to do.
I hope this is taken through the window.
Is Robert following us? There he is.
This was the parsonage where your father was shot 5 times and laid there.
Where?
Right there on the corner. In that driveway.
Who shot him? This is your church?
Yeah.
Where? Right here?
It's been added on to.
Well, I can't see that very good. Where's the front of it?
Then you can let her see the front. Behind that church.
Well, I need to get out and get it, Mother. No, I can't get it to here. It's where she went. And Grandma went every week, and even though she didn't have a lot of money, she put $1 in the collection plate.
Slow squirrel crossing.
We're going to go past the little drugstore again?
It's degraded, Carrie. They've got that one. Unbelievable.
Mother says she didn't cross over the railroad tracks. She crossed under the train to get to the lake, or to the river to swim. This is Main Street.
Until she told me to quit doing that, and then I started climbing up the ladders and going over the top.
Oh. Oh, look, Stell County Recycling Center. Cool.
There used to be a dining in a grocery store right along here somewhere.
Oh, look, Obbs. Obbs, the supermarket.
Yeah, that's it. There's the grocery store.
It's funny, the other side says Bob's.
This is it, Carrie, right here.
That side says
What's
Bob's.
Carver?
Mom!
Oh, I thought we were going that direction.
Don't do that. I'm not Carl. I'm an excellent driver.
Well, I thought you were going to the wrong side.
following
Supermarket.
supermarket man.
Does this look familiar, Mother? Always look familiar?
That was a KFC.
Yeah, I noticed that one in my film.
With her.
She makes pies?
She makes pies for a restaurant.
What kind? Everything?
What kind? Every kind. But she makes
Now,
pies
that guy
in
isn't
that
evidence
store.
that first cousins shouldn't get married. I don't know what.
I'm listening to you, Mother.
Have you seen that cat?
Movie theaters?
And she took me with her.
I love places like this.
And I played. And she
Oh, look at all the
made
houseboats.
pies.
And all the bumps. Like 160.
How long did she make the pies, Mother? How many?
Maybe a year. I don't know. When you're a kid, you don't know when something starts or when it ends.
And she worked in an overall factory?
Well, that was later. We just did these pies, I guess, as job time.
I thought we would see my cousin Shane out and about there this time.
And when she took you to Waco, you stayed in that little corner house? Who was in that corner house?
And Carrie, Blanche, and Dorothy.
Right?
And then you went across to the little drugstore, right? Grocery store.
It wasn't a grocery store.
I love these.
It was a telephone exchange building.
What?
Waco. Don't pick your nose on the fan. Nose, Mother, but you can't pick your family. Now, tell me about Waco.
Waco. Waco.
Waco.
W-A-C-O.
Yeah.
Waco.
Take your glasses off, Mom, your shades.
This light hurts my eyes.
Just for a few minutes.
The light hurts my eyes.
Turn your head that way.
Okay, good. Now tell me, she sent you to the telephone store.
She sent me to the telephone store. She sent me down to live with Aunt Kate, Blanche, and Dorothy
Wow, uncut.
because she could not
Backseat of our rental car.
afford to feed me. She had no work, no job. She got a job in Richmond with her sister, Aunt Laura. And Aunt Kate used to take me to work with her every day and made me a sack lunch, a biscuit and some jam. And that's about
You
it.
talked to your friend Jesus today?
No. But
I don't know.
the kids gave me a bath and cleaned me up and got me ready for late
Was
afternoon
it
on Friday.
the Bondot car?
At
the
which
gray
time my mother
car?
would pick me up on the Greyhound bus and we went to Irving for the weekend. And she dropped me back off.
What's the speed limit in here?
Paper dolls out of
Is that a 2.6 liter engine?
Sears Roebuck catalog.
That Dodge Ram.
I ate my jam sandwich. But I would stand and look out the window and wait for Dorothy and Blanche to
2.0s.
come home from school. I'd be so happy when they get there and then
Make
we
sure it's not the 2
rush
cents.
across the street and
Said it was a
the little
205.
orphan Annie on the railroad,
Oh, my God.
on the
I can't believe you bought a 2.0. You can't punch it and get out of it. You can tow him, me, 15 other cars and still drive by. So you've got a liter engine in
You
your
just get a glimpse every so often.
You've got a liter engine in your El Camino?
Yep.
Well, that's not the original engine.
City bought it from the factory, I said. They make them on them. They make them different.
And what year?
Second hand.
That's a surprise to me. I gotta find out about that.
And this is Morgan. We're back at Geneva's house. Morgan, can you say hi?
Why? Say howdy.
Can you say hi? Do you want to tell us anything about her, Steph?
She's nosy. Being up and nosy today.
Now, what's your husband's name?
Bobby.
Bobby, okay. And your last name now?
Griffey.
Bobby Griffey. Did you find a comfortable chair to sit in, huh?
This baby. Griffey, I hate talking in the games. Bobby has run up and under me at Christmas time, and I'm going, no. Drink? No. Well, kiss.
This is your cousin, right?
Nephew.
Nephew. Oh, do you think I'll ever get all this family stuff straightened out? And he plays baseball.
Honey.
And his name is Billy.
Drink?
But he don't like to go by Billy, right?
Yeah, he goes by Billy, he didn't go by Edward.
Okay.
You're gonna fall and bust it right here.
Well, pick her up and I'll get a close-up of you. There we go, mother and daughter. Turn around and smile, you two.
Wait.
Hey, Timmy.
Little kiss.
Oh, that's so nice.
Little kiss. Oh, yes. Big hug. Oh. Big hug. Hmm?
This is from
It's this house up here.
Hi, Mother. Welcome home.
Thank you.
Saturday, June 22nd, on our third day here, or second big day, when we're going to go sightseeing.
College.
Good. Come on, Dot.
Do the 90s. Do your 90s. Go, Mom. Go, girl. Go on. Go on.
Carrie Ann, go to your right.
This is where Geneva lives.
She's in Lakewood Estate. The only reason there's algae on the lake is there was a dispute and the guy didn't clean it. But it's usually crystal clear. Well, we're told.
Maybe he thought he knew you, Doc.
Aww.
There's the little duckies.
Did you get the guy fishing and the no fishing sign?
Well, this is
I talked to Rob about that. Oh, that is gross.
I hear the ducks.
Look at the baby, look at the baby, look at the baby.
I'll zoom in on them.
Oh my goodness. They're all going up. They think they're going to feed them.
What are you taking to Geneva?
Mary!
Hi again. This sure is in Kentucky.
Sure get a... There she goes.
What are you filming?
Untitled Geneva. This is the Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel Cafe. And are we in Richmond?
Yeah.
In Richmond, Kentucky. And how they love rocking chairs. They're only $99 a piece. Hi, sweetheart. Where are you from? Kentucky. Oh, I'm from Utah. And my sister's from California, and my other sister's from Portland. Well, thank you all for being part of my video tonight.
You're welcome.
Box. Oh. Mary and Mother. Clay's house is for the family reunion. It's Sunday, the 23rd of June. We're at the Clay Estate. A picnic under the tent. All these people are our relatives. This is Virginia. Now, Virginia, show me who you're related to.
Oh, I'm Aunt Laura.
Or Aunt Laura. She's your Aunt Laura's daughter. Okay. and so you're my aunt, and I'm your cousin, and you're my mother's aunt.
I'm your mother's cousin.
I'll get it by the end of the day. Harrison.
Okay.
Graver, is Dorothy's name Graver?
Yeah.
She wondered why.
And Margaret Ann, what's her last name?
Davis. Mother? Who's this? What? Who? Charles Briggs. Charles Briggs. Okay.
They're all cooked.
Yeah, that's right.
Mother, who's this?
We're going to get it.
Divine, which one are you?
Ronnie.
Oh, I heard about you.
I hope it was good.
And this is your wife?
Mary Jane.
Mary Jane. Hi, Mary Jane. I guess she talked to you on the phone the other night, huh?
Yeah, she's our husband.
Who are you? June.
My dad is Alfonso, and my grandma's Nora.
All right.
Haven't been to one of these in a long, long time, so.
Now, you're
Betty Lou.
You're Betty Lou.
Betty.
I know.
Alonzo.
Quit photographing.
No, I want to tell you, I reminded her that my memory of her was that she had a milk allergy. She said,
Yes.
A what?
milk allergy.
Oh, a milk allergy.
You remember? Yes.
Brother, Aunt Nora's son.
Betty Lou.
Right.
Well,
I mean, I haven't seen
like you were saying to my girls, you do grow up, don't you?
See you and meet you. This is Carrie.
Yes. Yes, you
This is my wife, Jane.
Hi. Jane, how
Well, we went the other day, and we hope to go back. There's Eliza McKinney. Skinner.
That's the ones in the white are your mom and Aunt Kate and my mom. Back here was the oldest one.
Picture was made. Okay.
And this is Aunt Nora. And who's the oldest one? You said Olivia. Is Olivia the oldest one? And I'm not sure who the others are.
And that was her children.
Right. These are the great grandparents.
The great grandparents.
Eliza and George. That's what he looked like last time I saw him.
Lester. And Eliza. Hey, Rucker. Tell her hello. I'm Ann's daughter. Hi. I'm just taking a picture of y'all. Elizabeth Billings.
Thank you,
She was a Skinner. Remember the Skinner?
yes. I'm Lita's and Bella's and Peter's sister.
Well, I'm my
Oh, are you?
my brother and Dr.
That's him.
Oh, thank you. Oh, well, I've got double cousins too. And this is over here. And they're just like sister and Betty. Yeah. And where do you live? Another double. That's okay. You've got a cousin looking for you.
And this is Elizabeth Billings.
Hi, how are you? And where are y'all from? California, Utah.
Oh,
You've been out in Utah.
I've been out there 43 years.
You know when you go out?
You want to say something?
I just understood you, Carrie Ann.
Yeah, you're Brad.
Our cousin. This is Christine and her husband. This is Geneva's husband. And that's Rucker and his friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know them all? Now they're your double first cousins.
All these are my double first cousins. Okay. I met you. I didn't meet these people. I am now. Now, say your name again, please.
Christine.
And this gentleman here?
Tilly.
Billy?
Tilly.
Oh, Tilly. Okay.
I'm Bill.
You're Bill. Okay.
And I'm Geneva.
Oh, okay. And I met her, and that's Aunt, no, your cousin.
Faith?
Uh-huh.
I'm Clara.
Clara, okay, and you are related to?
These two. Well, all of them.
Double first cousin of your mother.
Oh, okay, that's what I needed. And Racker, yeah, I met Racker.
These three. And then these two. Are brothers and sisters. They're double first cousins of your mom.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's what I needed.
This table is Joe's. The one over there.
Is Aunt Edie's children. And, yeah, I met Louise last time I was here. That's Blanche. That's my Blanchie. Okay. Who's that guy?
Now this is my cousin on my mother's side, Wilma, and her husband, Charlie.
How do you do?
And this is my daughter, Lisa.
Lisa.
This is Margaret Ann's daughter,
How
Carrie
do you do,
Ann.
Lisa?
And that's Leanne and Lisa's friend, Jennifer.
How do you do? Glad you could make it today. You're getting on my movie. Well, this is great.
Look at his name tag.
Yeah.
That's Wanda's husband.
Where
is Wanda? There is Wanda.
They've gone to the store.
I'm trying to get everybody I can.
Honey, I know it, and then you're all going to get home and say, who's this, who's that, who's
Well,
this?
Mother will be able to tell me. That's why I'm trying to get everybody to say who's who.
It is. It's so hard, and you try to put everybody in the family, who they belong to. Everybody would know how old our mothers and fathers would be.
Oh, man.
If they were here today, okay?
Okay.
This is a recap of all of our grandparents' families. How many children? See, as of today, there's 205 descendants. Now, we've got a name listed all the way through here. Grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, and the great-great-great-grandchildren. Then we have them listed by the oldest child. Like this was our Aunt Olivia. And then all the way through here, you've got all of her family.
Didn't she have 11 kids?
She had 11 children. And the last one in here is Aunt Laura. She's the youngest. Aunt Olivia was the oldest. And every one of them had children except Uncle Charlie.
And Aunt Laura's here, right?
No. None of them are alive.
Oh, none of them are alive.
They're all, no one's alive.
Okay.
Just the grandchildren. That's why we all have on these. We're special. That's because we said if it wasn't for us, we wouldn't be here today.
Right. 29?
29.
No, can't come in the tent with them. Can't come in the tent with them, no.
So Bernadine is the one who does all the
Bernadine has most of our, well, we all have this now, but this is out of one of the Bibles. This is our grandparents. This is our grandmother and grandfather's marriage license. And this was our grandmother's mother and father's marriage license. See, this one's dated in 1843. And our grandparents married, looks like 1882.
Oh.
Now here is your mother. Right. 11 years ago, I asked for a write-up, memories of grandmas, and this is what your mother sent. This, and that, 4 pages. That's the memories of going to grandma. Got a copy of it.
That's Uncle Joe, and
Which one did you say we had some?
that's got to be Bill Jack's daddy.
Yeah, Uncle Joe.
I think we got that right there.
That's Uncle Joe. That's Uncle
Well,
Joe.
he might have had it somewhere.
Dillard, my mother can tell you everybody in that picture.
Well, yeah.
Did you get her?
We have written down, find a piece of paper.
You got them written down?
I thought I had
Maybe it's on the back of it. Probably on the back of the picture.
Well, that was.
Get us?
Yeah. Edwin and mother. And Edwin, what's your last name?
Griggs.
Griggs. Oh, okay.
Charles Williamson.
Charles Williams. Okay.
When were you knocked the candy out on the floor?
Oh, okay. Anything else you want to say?
No, that's enough.
And we definitely got a lot of cousins that came from far away. So, where's Margaret Ann? We're probably not paying a bit of attention. There she is. So, Margaret Ann, would you introduce your family, please? This is Margaret Ann. She's a grandchild. She is from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Well, I'm Bonzo, Nora. Bonzo's oldest child. I live in Phoenix, Arizona now, and I was here, I think the last time I was here was in 86 or 7. So it's been 10 years. So we decided my sister and I, June, wanted to come back for the 25th anniversary. So here we are. And
There's a...
And the only one I ever attended was when it was at the Ginder house. So if anybody can remember what year that was, I've not been here for
One of them was 70s.
See, that's how long it's been.
That picture, I think. You ought to remember, I think you were something in it.
In what?
That time that we were at Grandma's house.
Oh, I just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
So it's really good to see you.
Recognize. Boy, I tell you all are awful bashful. We can't hear you. Well, now, Miss Briggs, I couldn't get a microphone up here. I thought, when I started out trying to do something special for today, I thought if we weren't here, there wouldn't be the 25th reunion, because there wouldn't be nobody to come. So we are the grandchildren of our grandparents, and if anybody has a little cross-stitch on, it tells you what category we're in. If we're number 1, or if we're number 18 like Ronnie. Ronnie's the youngest, and Louise will probably kill me, but she is the oldest. Yay! Today, because she knew that she was going to be recognized as number 1, and this shirt says, "It's lonely at the top." But it was too hot for her to wear it. So I think it's quite an honor to be number 1 in this family. But she knew she was going to have to stand up and all that stuff. But we also had to repair Grandma Ginner's window in the church, at the Methodist church. There's the College Hill Methodist Church. It had some problems, and it cost us $120. So we are trying to just help with that expense. We did have some money in our treasurer, but we just wanted to make it up in case this ever happened again. So we're taking up a little collection and a little on the window in the church. They did repair it, and it does look very pretty. And some of us had things that belong to Grandma. Also, we have one big book, Bernadine, the big book, up there on the corner. Bernadine, that book you told me to announce for them to look at.
Look at their pages to see if...
Where is it?
All right, it's on. Who's that? Carrie Ann and Liza.
Right here. Okay,
Right here.
please check in there and make sure it's correct. The first one I'm reading about is Mose Hill. Mose was 84 years old. It seems like every year we have to share our memories of loved ones that have left us. But this is life. And we are not the one that makes the decision when it is their time to leave. Mose Hill was the first to leave, September 23rd, 1995, in a tragic death at the age of 84 at the stockyards in Richmond, Kentucky. Mose was loved and respected by all of us in his family. He brought so much laughter and humor when we were all together, and we always look forward to being with him. Mose was a devoted and loving husband, father, grandfather, brother, uncle, and cousin. It is hard for all of us today to not have him with us in body, but he is truly with us in spirit. Mose loved the training of his dogs and his fox hunting tours and trips. I know he is missing that, so I'm convinced he is probably trying to convince God to make a deal with him to bring some dogs to heaven, so he can start the fox hunting career up in heaven. And we all know how convincing Mose can be. I feel in my heart that Mose will always be with us, working with Dillard for so many years, and hearing people's comments how funny he was. I have commented so many times, Dillard is just like his father. And as long as Dillard Francis is alive, Mose Hill is alive. I truly mean that. Mose touched our lives and our hearts, and he will truly be missed. But what fond memories we have of him, and the funny stories we can share. The next one I have to read about is Sarah. She was 74 years old. Sarah left us in a tragic death just like Mose. It is hard for me to imagine this family without Sarah. She always reminded me of my mother, as she was doing for everyone else. I used to refer to Sarah as the Florence Nightingale of College Hill, as she was always taking care of family and friends. She had her spells of not doing well herself, but she always rushed up her recovery as she had others waiting to be taken care of. She was a devoted wife, mother, grandmother, sister, and aunt, and loved by us all. She was also very devoted and dedicated to her church. Mose and Sarah were very special to me, as well as so many others. I always enjoyed being with them as they always made us laugh. I can remember being at Grandma's one time, and I was about 6 years old, and Dillard was a baby. Sarah had him in her arms, telling everybody goodbye, and rushing to catch Mose, who was in their Model T Ford. Mose was driving real slow, and in my child's mind, I felt as though he was leaving Sarah and Dillard. So I screamed at Mose, "Don't leave Sarah," and telling Sarah to please hurry. I was close to tears, as I truly believed he was serious, not teasing. I learned in later years it was all a joke. Sarah was truly the wife for Mose, as she adjusted to his teasing, and she was the one who kept him headed in the right direction. When I heard of the tragic death of Sarah, it passed through my mind that Mose was not adjusting well in heaven without Sarah. And God thought it was best to bring her on. As God found out real fast, Sarah was the only one to keep Mose in heaven. Words cannot express our love for Sarah, and how proud I am she was part of this family. The love, laughter, and kindness and respect she passed on to me and others as a family member all these years will always be remembered. Maudie was 87 years old and she left us in a tragic way with Sarah. There has to be a reason this all happened, and we have to have faith this was the will of God. We just have to continue on and always remember their love and dedication to this family. Maudie lived a good, long, fulfilling life, and she accomplished a lot in her lifetime. She had tragedies, losing her only son at a very young age, 1966, and losing her husband Neville in 1977. She lived a long time alone, but she had a full life, as she had a sister, brother, sister-in-laws, nieces, and nephews who loved her and supported her these last 20 years, along with her dedication and devotion to her church of 73 years. Maudie was also a teacher, and over the years I remember hearing family members and friends complimenting her teaching career. She touched many lives and sparked a lot of careers and futures. Maudie had other talents such as stitching and sewing. She made some beautiful items that her family members have and can share. When I was real young and going through the stages of putting my family together, I used to think Maudie and Mabel were my aunts. Having cousins 30 years older was hard to understand for a while. This family has been very blessed with the loving, caring, humorous family members who have gone on to heaven above, with the hope and faith in their hearts that we will follow.
And the only reason that we came up with the idea is because it's like something happens, and some people get the word and some people don't get the word. And only like once a year, if we come to the reunion, do we really find out what happened. So you can pretty much read what's in here. The whole idea behind the Gazette and stuff is sort of self-explanatory. And you'll have to forgive me because the news that's in there is very little, and a lot of it pertains to my family because that's pretty much all I knew about, with the exception of a couple other things. What we'd like to try to do is keep it limited to like 4 pages so that we can fold it and still be able to send it through the mail for 32 cents. And therefore, that's why we ask if you want to get on the mailing list for this, $1 ought to do it. That'll cover the postage for both times it's sent out each year, and a little bit to offset the copying and the printing and that kind of crap. But the main thing that I need to tell you about is that obviously it's not going to be in here if I don't know about it. So whatever happens in the family or, marriages, that's what Amanda, anybody you all can see here,
The house has been torn down.
Some of them are not here.
Some of it has been rebuilt on. So this is from the upstairs bedroom at Grandma's house. She lived there.
Under Joe, Robert, Lori, and Kaylin, Rose, yeah. Under 3 grades, under Nora, Lemoy, Sue, Amy, and Caitlin.
This walk back home. Bill kind of picked it up and then it was back.
Walked away. Her wall walked away. I came back home. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. It's a big joke. Oh, okay. Under Olivia, Mosebush, Sarah Lynn, and Riley Elizabeth. That's a 3 grade. Oh, that's the one who, no, okay. All right. Then under Nora, Alonzo, Betty Lou, Tammy, and Mackenzie. Under Eddie and Eliza, Linda, Monica, and Brooke. Then we had one wedding. Nora, Alonzo, James, Julie McCoy married Lionel Ruiz, R-U-E-Z. That's all I know of. That's all I know. Here we gave one
are now leaving the reunion.
Are you getting the mansion?
Yes, I am, but I don't remember the name.
Robert?
It's the Whitehall State Historic Shrine.
And whose home was it? Cassius Clay?
Home of Cassius Clay. In the 1840s. Very nice.
Laura Clay.
Let me, you want me to put that on the tape? Huh? Oh, you don't want it on the tape?
We'll just talk loud while she's recording.
No, I don't have to get your face on, just the tape, just the story.
While she's recording, okay, go.
She was 18 and he was how much?
83.
I'll be done.
And there was something about like our sheriff patrol back then. They kept trying to come out here to get him to move off that property because they were going to turn it into some kind of monument or something, which they eventually did when he died. But they were going to turn it into a monument. But he had all these kinds of elusive weapons, and he would try to fight them off whenever they came out there. I mean, they would have the National Guard and everything, and they said they were going to end up blowing up the house just to get him out of there. But he would sit there and shoot at him and tell them to leave him alone because they were all against him.
Like it, Dot? Yeah. Oh.
I'm getting near a farm. Vegetables.
Yeah. This is Lexington Road.
Yes. This will come out on this side of Richmond. It'll be all four of us are pushed along.
Mother's not sure who this is, but we believe it's Eliza McKinney's parents because she remembers Mother, that is, and Margaret Ann Berriman Davis remembers these pictures hanging in her grandmother's house in College Hill.
The flowers and things for the wedding. This is the storage area, and this is my work area over here.
Doshi, Ronnie Joel's mother. This is their wedding picture.
Here, feels good to me. It is. And he keeps the bag wrapped out there.
If you know.
This is Ronnie, my dad's grandmother, Doshi.
Now wait a minute, who are you?
I'm Jennifer. I'm Ronnie and Mary Jane's daughter.
Oh, okay.
And this is Mary Jane's parents, Jane and Richard Cobb.
Okay, that's who I was trying to figure out who it was.
And this, I think, is my mother's mother. So that would be my great-grandmother. She was a...
What was her name? Do you know?
I want to say she was a white. I wouldn't swear to it. And this is
A
my
white?
grandfather's. Yeah, I think she was a white. Or a Carrie. I'm not sure what she was. This, I think, is my grandfather's parents. And that was Richard Jr. And
I don't know what her name was. Elizabeth, I think. And this is, again, Ronnie's mother, Docia, and Aunt Laura.
Oh, yeah.
That was when we had the family reunion in our house in the country before they moved here.
Let's see.
Well, I never had either, but I want it big.
These other people, I don't know.
Aunt Laura and Aunt Doshi.
Hang on.
I'm not sure what.
Her name was Mildred Blevins,
Oh, that's close.
and this is my mother and father.
Well, I thought that's who that was when I...
And this is my dad's mother and father.
Now, what was Granny Cobb's name?
Well, is...
Okay, Granny
Mary
Cobb
J.
and Mary J. Cobb.
Well,
She was
this
a
wasn't
white. That's
Mammy.
what it
This
was.
wasn't Mammy.
Mary J. Cobb White.
Berryman, was it?
She was Mary J. White Cobb.
Does
White
any of them have a picture of Mammy?
And where'd she come from?
She came from Garrett County, Kentucky.
Huh?
Did anybody have a picture of Mammy Berryman, her mother?
And that is,
Yes, I think.
this one who you think is Eliza.
Holler at your daddy and tell him.
McKinney.
Let me see. I don't know, Irvin gave us a picture
This would be
of somebody, and I thought...
your mama's mother and daddy. No, wait.
No.
Your grandmother, okay.
Yeah.
Grandmother and grandfather, yeah.
That's not Carrie, is it? That's not Carrie Ganter.
No, that is Mammy Ginner, Aunt Docia, and Mr.
Carrie comes in on the Ginner side.
Oh.
These are the Beermans, right, Ronnie?
I couldn't swear who they are.
Yeah, this is your mother's,
I thought it was Mr. and Miss Ginner, but grandfather.
the James
mother.
McKinney's now, right?
Yeah, that's whoever come.
Thomas Jefferson. Thomas J. Berryman.
Of Kentucky, having been instructed in all of the branches of medical science by the professors of this college, and having been thoroughly examined by them and recommended as in all respects worthy to receive the degree of Doctor of Medicine, is hereby in something of authority conferred upon the resident and trustees by the legislation of the state of Kentucky, invested with all the privileges, immunities, and honors which properly belong to graduates in medicine in the United States of America, or something among the liberal nations of the earth. In testimony whereof, this diploma is signed by the President and Secretary of the Board
And the
of Trustees and by the members of the faculty of the Louisville Medical College, and certified by the college seal, is hereby awarded to the said Thomas J. Berryman on this 21st day of February in the year of our Lord 1889.
Good. Thank you, Mary.
Same old thing. By the time
I love you.
I love you.
Trying to get everybody on here one more time before I leave.
Break your cameras.
Soup bowl.
It'd be a 4-inch baking. What are they called?
They're about 50 and have little handles on the side.
Shines bright on my old Kentucky home, and my old Kentucky home far away.
Do I have to hold the red button? This is Mom and Carrie Ann at the Bybee Pottery I guess, I'm not sure what part of Kentucky we're in. I've gone,
Waco.
oh, I'm in Waco, Kentucky, and I believe it's maybe north of Richmond. I'm really not sure. Maybe east. Maybe east. East. I had to get up about 5 a.m. this morning and
5 o'clock for us.
and drive the girls out here, and mother, Margaret Ann, you kids' grandmother, came out here in I believe the mid-60s or 70s and bought herself a set of this pottery, and she lost one of the pieces, and so we're making this attempt to replace it. We're in Waco?
Yeah. That guy right there with the watch.
Uh-huh.
He's telling him all about how to get it to the mountain.
He is?
Probably knows everything.
Okay.
Well, what I'm trying to do is save you a lot of aggravation. You take that bridge. What it does is it takes you from the right across the basin. It's on the base.
So, Margaret Ann.
Well, Cole comes out of Richmond here, and then we get another one. Dialysis place.
What's the zoom?
Right up here.
What's D-zoom?
No.
Okay. So all I do is just hit this to go in, this to bring it out. All right.
And there's doors open on the side. Did you get that little guy?
What guy?
That little white-haired guy?
Mm-hmm.
Do that white-haired guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Over this morning, left about 2, got here about 3:15, and been here to everything.
And did you come over to get any certain pieces of pottery, or just to look?
Green and white, or a canister set, and pitchers and stuff like that.
You've obviously seen this type of pottery before.
Yeah, we see it at the flea market, wherever we are.
Is it more expensive in the flea markets, or is it?
Yes. Yes.
It is, and so you come right. Double to triple in flea markets?
Right.
It's really a hot item out here, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And where is Frankfurt?
That's capital city. That's about about an hour away.
Which way from here?
Back toward Louisville.
Back towards Louisville.
Lexington.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for your time. Yeah. Do you mind if I get you guys for prosperity?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I did it. I'm inside the Bybee pottery barn, and I guess this is where they pour. Well, hi. Are you one of the potters?
Well, no, not really. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing?
Fine. This place is so cool, you guys. It's like real muddy, and I am assuming it's some sort of clay. They do have overhead ceiling fans to keep it cool. Look at the nice little pictures there. They've got all these barn-like doors that open up to the outside. That's some of the scrap material. But let me show you how they see the molds right in front of me. I have absolutely no idea what these molds are for, but this room is just chock full of them. Do you mind if I film this and you?
No, I don't mind. Where's your home?
Portland, Oregon.
You are a little piece of land.
This is an old barn right across the street from the Bybee pottery plant. It looks to me like it's just about 150 years old, and what they do when it gets real weathered is they tar the barns, which might be good for the barn, but certainly not very good for the ecosystem. And on this same property across from the Bybee plant is the main house, and here is their family graveyard. I just find this absolutely fascinating. Only in these small rural towns would you be able to find family graveyards in the backyard. I love their bird planters here. They've taken old squash shells and hollowed them out, and they're bird nests or bird feeders. A lot of the local birds, we've got cardinals and mockingbirds and lots of robins. These backyards here just absolutely floor me. We've got trees here that are about 400 years old. They're southern white oak. We've got incense cedar and magnolias and varieties of pine. We've got scrap pine and yellow pine. A lot of different variations of holly trees. This is the back of the Bybee plant. I had originally filmed the front of the plant, and that can be found on the end of our family reunion tape. There are people waiting here and have been since 5 o'clock this morning to get in. This stuff is just so popular. Talked to a guy inside that married into the family 26 years ago, and he said that when the Berlin Wall came down that he had people coming in from East Germany to buy their products. That's really quite a legend. the original building that was put up in 1809, and these stones were used, and the mortar in between is clay with a lot of horsehair mixed in. These logs that you're looking at on the side of the building here are almost 200-year-old southern white oak that, of course, were hand-formed. It's just so amazing. I just can't quite believe that we're seeing this kind of history. The windows are so small and the doors are so short, giving you an indication, of course, that we have indeed evolved and maybe perhaps increased in our own height by 10 to 12 inches. Right outside the original pottery area is this incredible lily pond. A wonderful ecosystem for all of the flying insects in the area. I was originally thinking about going around and getting close-ups of these incredible lilies, but I was told that this is also a haven for certain types of water snakes, so I don't believe I'll venture out. I've got open-toed Birkenstocks on. Let me try to get you closer to the lilies that are being produced here. They're intricate and beyond beautiful. A study in botany. So when the door's open, can I come in from that side to just film?
Yeah, you can come in right there.
I just got back and I ran the tapes through the machine to see how well I had recorded, and apparently I hadn't learned where the pause button was and messed up a lot of the tape. So I'm in Aunt Genevieve's bedroom in Richmond, Virginia with my older sister Carrie Ann, and I'm going to try a pause button here. Let's go. And it didn't pause, so let's try this button.
Carrie carried food across the street, and every morning she had to stop the, what do you call it, that truck. Remember that? Oh, that old man was on.
Up in Irving.
No, on 3rd Street.
I didn't know you had one on there.
Yeah, we had one. He was
on. I thought that already Miss Behrman lived in the house.
We were just
where Carrie Ann. Miss Behrman died, but Carrie Ann was baby.
Well, she may have been up there at that time, but when Carrie Ann was born, she was living in Lexington.
Yeah.
And she lived over in the DeBoer house, that first house on your right. But you wasn't living with the DeBoers because they had already sold it and was living somewhere else.
Then we moved up on the corner where we still didn't have running water in the kitchen, but at least we had kitchen privileges.
Well, when did you move out to Coopertown or whatever that's called?
Quite a while after that.
Yeah.
After Gordon was shot.
Yeah. They moved
After
down
he
there.
was shot, he decided to go to college.
And then he also worked at the
Then I
hospital.
moved back to Ravenna.
Yeah, he was working out there when he got shot.
Uh-huh.
I moved up to Ravenna with my mother, with Carrie Ann, just an infant. And we stayed with her.
I know when she was...
He was shot and she died 90 days later. And there Carrie and Ann were. House was sold. Buster was in the Army.
Well, honey, that was just life. That's just another step in life we all have to go through.
I hope nobody else goes through all that at one time. I tell you, I hope not. Oh.
Well, they do.
How old were you
Oh.
How old were you then?
20.
Well, you was only 20 years old when Aunt Carrie died? I didn't realize that. I mean, if I knew it, I forgot it.
Yeah. She was born.
I was one.
Who?
Yeah, we went to...
Yes, night she died, she put her to bed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, she's taking care of her
The
that
night she died, Ann Case and I had gone out to a movie.
Yeah.
And
I remember that.
and
I
we came
forgot
home.
that you was at a movie, but I knew you weren't home.
We came home and we're warming our feet in front of that little funny-looking
stove heater
heat thing in there, and I heard the sound in the back room. And so I said, "Excuse me, Ann." And I went back and I said, "Mother," as I was going back there to her, you know. And then when I went in, she bit her tongue in half. She was holding herself to try and, you know, keep from urinating in the bed. And she couldn't talk. And you know what?
Was she conscious? Or do you think she was?
I talked to her and asked her if she could understand me, blink her eyes, blink her eyelids, or squeeze my hand or something. And I don't think that she was.
Probably. I always thought that she was.
The doctor came and tried to put medicine in her mouth, and when he opened it and the tongue was bitten in half, he just put his stuff in his case and said, "Call me when she dies."
Well, I mean, Mother did the same thing. Mother was on 2 hours. Was it 2 hours or 3 hours? It wasn't long.
It wasn't long after she got home from doing hair.
No, because we left the funeral home at 11 or 12 o'clock from the funeral home. And then we took her on to the hospital, and our time kind of got away from me. Exactly.
But she was in the bathroom when she even took her on from there.
Yeah. No, she was in the bed when we took her out. Yes, I'm positive, because we carried her. Yeah,
I heard she went down in the bathroom.
No, she did not.
Commode in that.
No.
No, she
Mother went to the bathroom and dropped her coat in the hall, and she couldn't get up, and her tongue got thick, and I called for Whit to come and get her. And when the police got here and the first aid got here, she was in the bed, and we were giving her oxygen, and she kept pushing it away from us. And but she never did talk to us anymore after that. But anyway, she got to the hospital, and but
Carrie Ann, I remember, I guess you called us and went to call Mother, but when it Carrie died. And of course she wasn't here when you called us. And Mother called Uncle George in Richmond and told him, and he said, "Well, you get on the bus and come over here and I'll take you the rest of the way." So we got on the bus and we went to Richmond and got off at Uncle George's house, and then he took us on the way to, rest of the way to Irving.
I remember it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, let's see, Aunt Kate and Aunt Carrie and Uncle Bob.
I remember last name can't be
Died with strokes, and anybody else?
Mother.
Yeah.
Uncle George.
And Uncle
No,
George.
no, Uncle George had a heart attack.
Charlie.
Well, is that the same thing as a stroke almost?
What about Aunt Nora?
Aunt Nora came.
Yeah, I remember. I knew,
That causes
She had cancer.
Well, it sounds like that Mother and Aunt Kate and Aunt Carrie all went about the same way. Because Mother and I I'd fixed lunch, and we'd been in the den working on a birthday present for Laura. And she says, "I'm going in here and lay down." And I went in and got on the telephone and was talking to Laura Jane, and I heard, And
He went in because you heard it.
I saw her head fall.
And you said, Laura Jane calling, buddy. And Laura Jane called me and said, "Get an ambulance." And I said, "Where shall I send it?" And she said, "Just get an ambulance and get it here quick." And I said, well, she wasn't even at Mother's, see?
Yeah.
She was
over there but me.
Yeah, she was over at the other end of town. And I said, "Laura Jane, you're going to have to settle down now and tell me what this is about. Are you hurt? Is there something wrong with you?" She said, "Of course not. Just get an ambulance."
I was talking to Laura Jane. Laura Jane called her. I said, "Laura Jane, call Aunt Bunny."
She says, it's Mama's. And I said, "Are you at Mama's?" I said, "Is she at your house?"
What do they call you
she
then?
said, "Her house."
What's your
And
name?
I'm at my house.
What do they call your name?
Me, Robin.
And I said, "Well,
So do they
okay,
call you
I'll
Bernie?
call."
She says,
So
Bunny?
I called, and it
Aunt
was
Bunny.
the slickest night in the world. And I told them to
Okay, Aunt Bunny.
where to go, you know. And they said, well, what's wrong? I said, I don't know. Just get the ambulance there and get it there right now. This is my mother you're talking about. And so in the meantime, I called Virginia, you know, and she said yes, that she got sure it was a stroke. So.
Well, wasn't that the night it was a slick burn?
Well, I could. And my car was frozen to the ground.
That's what I was thinking it
I
was.
couldn't even get out, and I couldn't get a cab. And so I called Marty because I knew he had been out that day coming in from work, you know. And so I called him and I said, hey, do you think your car's frozen to the ground like mine? The tires were frozen. And he said, no, and you'd have no business driving anyway. I'll come over and get you. So he did, and he got me there.
Well, and time we got to the hospital, Lord James was there, though.
Yeah.
She really moved,
She got,
didn't
oh
she?
yes, she couldn't get the cab. She couldn't get a cab because everybody was calling cabs. It was so slick. And all I got was a busy signal. So she called the operator and told the operator to let her get the cab because it was an absolute emergency. I was too wild to think of that, see.
Well, you know, Uncle Blanc had a stroke.
Yeah.
He lived for
About 2 weeks.
Was it?
About
I was
2
thinking it was
George,
longer.
Charlie, and my
I
mother
don't think
died
so. I think it
within
was about 2
like
weeks.
90 days of each other.
Yeah, see, I wasn't here.
So it was Uncle George and Uncle Blanc and Carrie, all three of them.
All three together.
January and February and
Did you ever hear from him?
March or April. Who? April.
That,
Did Aunt Edie die with much
Yeah,
the
as far as I know,
same
he
thing?
No.
She died almost.
You know where Steve is?
he's in Washington, D.C.
He's-
or Arlington.
I was in
Texas,
Europe.
in there.
She had been sick a long time, you know.
Been
I
bad.
don't care.
Lengthy
I
illness.
know she was
6
in a
years.
wheelchair.
He wants me, he knows where I am.
And
Other girls would like to know.
before I
that
went
their
to
day.
Europe, she
Not
said,
particular.
stay away too long.
She knew.
And I'd been over there less than a week
What do you take?
when they called me. But she was
Floor.
quietly, I think she just sort of,
Jenny, she's taking your picture.
Oh, isn't that pretty?
You
like that, honey?
Toot, toot, toot.
I'll zero in on you.
What did they do for a nurse when you have to do the tour and come home? What did they do for medical
they,
care then?
She's coming out.
the lady that took us
And that
had
way
some training, you know,
we had about 2 carloads.
nurses training.
Okay.
Sufficient to get you.
So she just sort of took over, and everybody, I think it shocked everybody so that, that they just behaved a little more than usual. But there were 2 or 3 people who were knowledgeable about medicine.
I've always been going to ask you that question.
Yeah.
What was the question? I missed it.
What happened to the tour that she was the nurse for when Aunt Edie died and she had to return to the States and leave those people behind? Who took over?
It took them 2 days to reach me.
Yeah. It took Geneva 2 days to reach me in Ireland.
That one Buster died.
Yeah. If you had a telephone, you did. It wasn't a great big deal because most of the time it didn't work.
And you were in Ireland?
She didn't get back.
I didn't know that. I didn't remember.
I do.
Something just clicked, and it's off the subject, but do you remember when you took me to lunch at UC Mine in Salt Lake City?
Which time?
The lady was walking around modeling clothes. You pointed her out and you said she reminded you of one of your partners. I bet I can't food.
Oh, you mean
It
Jean?
just clicked.
You mean Jean Brown, the
That-
beautiful Jean
Yeah,
Brown?
the one that models all the clothes.
Yes, and the fur coats and everything.
It looks like you.
Just like you.
Who's that?
How a model is.
This model in Salt Lake City.
She models upstairs in the big dining room. the
She models all these
chicken
clothes and stuff while you're eating lunch and stuff. She walks around and shows
fur
you.
coats and
And she had been
evening
telling me
dresses.
how much she had a cousin who looked just like her.
It's you, it's you.
It just came together.
That's her.
The light came on, somebody
Jean's
called.
older, but she just doesn't look it. She's been a model a long, long time. And she's just,
Yeah.
oh, she just,
every little hair just in place, and she's got this beautiful jewelry. She buys her
But
shoes
she,
in California, plain ones, and she wears her
Full price
shoes and her
thank you,
earrings and their clothes.
She's the sweetest thing that ever walked the face of this earth, I swear. You are. I always
Well,
thought
you
that.
know it.
I'm not prejudiced because I have other sisters and I don't say that about them.
Vernon Street. This is Blanche's house. This is the surrounding area. The elementary school.
Not very polite here.
So they're more polite than you?
Oh, here's somebody. Yeah, Blanche.
Thank you.
All right,
Great.
go. Don't let him change his mind.
Don't let it down.
Thank you. Go on. Go, go, go.
Beautiful.
I wave. Through kisses.
Yeah, where does Lord Jane live?
She lives in outside of Harrodsburg, kind of real close to Harrington Lake.
And what about John?
He lives here. He's staying over Virginia's right now. How come he?
And what kind of work does he do?
He's working at Montgomery Ward's right now.
Yeah.
Hates every minute of it.
Well.
I'd sure like to see him before I go back.
Well, you have to find out when he's working and go up to Montgomery Ward's or else go over to Virginia's.
They had the right away, I think, though.
I think it's four-way.
Well, if it is, they
Okay,
yeah.
I'm in Lexington, Kentucky, and I'm videotaping some surrounding things.
You know, one time, Margaret Ann was here, and she was laying on my bed, and she was talking, and she told me about things, and I just worried, you know, how you worry about things. And you know what? He just came, lay down on the bed, and everything. Don't worry.
Who, Buster Cedric?
Yeah, that's the last time that he's ever comes, you know, I mean, in the house. But I remember that as long as I lived. It seemed like he just walked down that hallway.
Yeah. That was not too long before he died.
After he died.
Oh, after he died?
After he died. Just
Oh.
the spirit.
Okay. Okay, I got you now.
Isn't that wonderful?
Miss Berryman, whenever she died, boys both had real bad colds, and I thought this was going to have pneumonia. And I was staying, Buster was in Florida, and I was staying with my mother. And that night, after I worked at Westinghouse, and that night when I got off, and I went to bed, of course I slept before the morning. And there was a little angel floated over with us, and they raising it. And I said to Mother, the next morning, I said, Mother, I'm worried that these children are both going to be, they was coughing, I just worried. I know they're going to be sick, they're going to have pneumonia. Oh, Janine, but they're not. Don't worry too much about it. They're going to be all right. That night, they called me Miss Brown.
They did.
And there was a little angel that I thought like it.
Whoa.
So, Carrie Mott came to your children? Is that what you're saying?
No, honey,
The night
it was the night before she died.
Night before she died.
A little
she
angel
saw
floated
the
on the
little
bed,
angel.
and it was a sign that she was going to go to heaven.
Oh,
She was going to
my.
die. So whenever they said, I knew there was a little angel when she was
Yeah.
on my bed.
That's wonderful. I know.
They really is.
And you know, Christine and I lived up there and worked down that Carhartt factories. And where did we all three of us slept in one bed?
Right.
It's a Shriners Hospital for crippled children.
That's beautiful.
Now this is where we come this morning, but we went down to Ashland and went across. I knew there was another way to cut across, but then I had gone to the busters. But I didn't.
But now, I believe it killed Cheryl instantly, didn't it?
It did.
And Miss Shader that night, or...
He got a little bit of money when she died, but not much, because she had a little bit of money. But he did. I think he did get to see her when she died.
son. I That forgot she all disowned about all her. them years. See, she disowned him because the man had nothing else. What about swimming in it? No. Nothing like the Kentucky Now, River? Rhodey married a wealthy man here in Lexington. Was he a jeweler? I don't Margaret know. Ann said she thought he was a doctor, but I don't believe he was a doctor. I He was don't a jeweler.
Now, who's this mammy you're talking about?
That is Mr. Berryman.
That was, that was Buster's grandmother.
Yeah, Buster's grandmother.
And her name?
On the other side.
What was her name?
Mammy Behrman.
Mammy Behrman?
Her name was really Margaret, I think. No, Dolly.
Dolly.
Yeah, that's what
Dolly's on the thing, and then
that's on the...
And then the doctor was named Thomas Jefferson.
That was the other boy.
No, that was
the doctor.
Dolly's husband.
Oh.
That's Buster's grandfather.
Dr. Behrman.
Dr. Behrman. And I've got a picture of him. And
Dr. Behrman's wife was Mammy?
Yeah, well, everybody called her Mammy, but her name is Dolly. But anyway, he carried a gun on horseback when he doctored. And we have that gun, that big old gun. Yeah. Buster got that, and then we have a picture of him.
You know, I don't remember when Mammy died. See, she wasn't my grandmother. I was living with Grandma
She
Jenner.
was staying with some lady she practical nurse, and she was staying with some woman in Richmond. And then in the winter they go to Florida, and we came up from Cocoa when Margaret Ann was down there, and had a picnic with her one day.
Really?
Up where she was staying with this lady.
Yeah.
God, I wish I would have known these people.
When Mammy spent the winter with Grandma Jenner one winter. Now I don't know why, because you know I don't think it was necessary to help Grandma Jenner. But
Yeah, what was Grandma Jenner's name?
Eliza.
Oh, that's where we have the house that we went out to see.
Yeah.
Grandma's
and Mammy Behrman spent the winter there.
Our grandma's Carrie, but their
I don't-
grandma's Eliza.
Well, now listen,
She's our great
when Mammy died, she was living with Aunt Docia in the house.
Yeah.
Mammy's our great.
Eliza would be our great.
That's on the Ginner.
That's a dinner.
That's
a
the
different.
Ginner. Now we're talking
okay,
about
on
the
the
Berryman. It would be your great, your mother's grandmother, and your great.
Okay.
Your children.
So it's my grandpa's parents.
Yeah.
Thomas J. Berryman and Mammy is my grandfather's parents.
Dolly, yeah.
Oh, okay. Great. I think they have that written down, don't you? On that
No, I
page?
know. No, that's not. See, that's not my family.
Oh.
You see, we had brothers and sisters to marry brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
See, Aunt Carrie and Uncle Dud, and Uncle Joe and Aunt Doshi. Dud and Doshi were brother and sister, and Carrie and Joe were brother and sister.
And they are double first cousins.
And so
right,
they're double first cousins. These cousins that you went to see in Richmond, Ronnie Joe and
then all them cousins was over at Ronnie's the other night, and they asked us to come back.
Yeah.
Because see, there's all the
Yeah,
Berryman.
it was the double cousin.
Yeah, the double
crowd.
cousins.
Yeah.
They went over there.
Yeah.
Then.
But I don't belong to that double cousin.
You're the kissing cousin.
I'm the kissing cousin.
Gosh, we had some fine times.
Yeah, we did.
Theater bugging and having a good time.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll tell you what's true. I'm not kidding, honey. That night, Buster, they was all feeling no pain from George. And they said, Aunt Judy said, her and Lila slept in there, and whichever the husband was slept in her.
They're throwing peanuts on the floor over here in this country. I can't believe it. That's true.
What did Margaret eat?
What did you order, Mother?
What I ordered? Vegetable plate.
We're at the Texas Longhouse.
Hi.
Roadhouse, the Texas Roadhouse.
I haven't seen you for 2 days. Right.
Don't let them take the food away.
They will. They'll take it in a hurry.
What did you order?
Downstate
Oh, sweet potato.
Yeah, please.
I would have ordered sweet potato if I'd known about that. I love sweet potatoes.
They're just
How hot was it? How hot was it?
I think it's about 150 in the shade.
So what part of California is she from?
For our family reunion.
Nice.
Oh, she's a niece of yours?
No, she's from Nice, California.
Oh, Nice, California. Oh, okay. I thought you said she was. I asked what part of California. And I said, oh, she's your niece.
Yeah. Oh.
I thought
She's my cousin.
Oh.
You ever heard of Clear Lake?
No.
Well, that's where I live.
So is this your first time to Lexington? Or?
No, it's my fourth. It's the first time I probably remember much.
Oh, okay.
Well, I came when I was a baby, and 7 and 14, and
this is called the State
So
Roadhouse.
it's a big town?
Texas Roadhouse.
Where I live? Oh, no, 750 people.
Oh.
See, that's why we don't know. Oh, there. On his shirt it says
We don't
there.
live in
I think it's for a little
Little town, too.
I live 2 hours from San Francisco, about 2 hours from Sacramento.
Oh, okay.
Do you have any advice you want to put on this video?
Some
words of wisdom here?
Words of wisdom.
Kentucky words of wisdom. I heard the motto here was fast horses, pretty women.
Horses.
Pretty women.
Pretty women.
Sometimes it gets that good bourbon.
Yeah, good bourbon.
Okay.
They planned us to have our wedding, and of course none of the mothers and grandma did not know what we were doing. But we were planning the wedding, and Margaret Ann was the bride, and my brother was the groom, and Bernadine played the organ, and I was the flower girl. Now, we think Jack Inner's the preacher, right, Margaret Ann?
Yeah, I think so.
So, in order for Margaret Ann to have a veil, she took down Grandma's lace curtains. Or Bernadine, somebody, anyway. It was
Just
Grandma.
like Gone with the Wind, huh?
Yeah. And in order for me to be the flower girl, I picked all of her African violets.
Oh, no!
And had them all in, I don't know what I carried them in, a
In
cup or
hand,
something.
probably.
But we had in the parlor, there was a entrance, whatever you call it. It was a stairway, but it was built in, you know.
Yeah.
So here comes Bernadine playing this music. I don't know exactly what she played.
Jesus loves me.
Jesus loves me.
Jesus lover of my soul.
Yeah, oh, it might have been that. I bet it was.
I bet it's Jesus lover of my soul, because he taught it to me.
We did charge admission. I will say, what, penny, 2 cents, whatever we charged. Here's everybody sitting in the parlor, and Bernadine's playing her music, and here comes the flower girl. I'm number 1. And I'm doing them little fluting with the African violet. I don't think our grandmother, she didn't have a heart failure over that, I don't think. But she had heart failure when Margaret Ann came down from Jimmy with her lace curtains.
But no, she didn't say anything.
No,
it was all
she
over.
never really did say anything till we did our performance.
When they got ready to leave, she says, now, Bernadine, you take my curtain and you put it right back where you got it.
Bernadine lived with Grandma.
Bernadine could not take those flowers and put them.
I don't think she ever said anything about the flowers.
I think I must have taken the money.
Bernadine, you tell her you didn't
Blanche
hurt
took the money.
or something, you said.
I said, oh, Grandma, we didn't hurt them. She says, that's all right. You put them up where you got them. And I said, yes, ma'am. And I had to take them back up there and hang them back up. Now, I'm going to tell a little story about Blanche's tail catching on fire. One of the things that we did to entertain ourselves is we'd go, see, they'd all sit in Grandma's room. They never went into the parlor or that back bedroom.
The house.
The house, at Grandma's house. And we would get the chairs and turn them up, you know, when we'd fix these,
Crazy house.
Crazy house or something like that. And then we would blindfold one of them and make them walk over these chairs or tables or anything, you know. So in the back bedroom, there were 2 beds, and they were these real old beds. Their footboards was about this wide.
They had a mattress problem.
Well, of course, all over the house there were mattresses. But, so, they always liked to tease Blanche. they loved to catch her in something, especially the boys, because they knew she'd whine. You know? so the only thing that we had back there, without going into the living room and getting it, you know, was a coat. And we tied this coat around her eyes, and the arm of the coat hung down, kind of like this. And we got her in that back bedroom, and we got her up on that footboard, and we told her to stand real still. And she did. And while she was standing still, Jack tied a firecracker to the arm of that thing, and it lit it. And lit it, and it did like this, you know, and we all just stood back and watched.
No, you all pushed me in the bed.
No, you fell.
Anyway, I ended up in the bed and caught the bed on fire and blanked on fire. And they carried little cups of water trying to dip it, trying to put it out. And it was one of Grandma's flower garden quilts.
Oh, no. Burned a hole in it, and of course I got blamed for it, which I guess I deserved it. And I was in the doghouse after they all left, you know. I was really in the doghouse.
Now, Blanche, I mean, Bertie,
Yeah.
you should have been.
No, she didn't talk that kindly when you did something. She shook her head
And you
and
should have
frowned
took care
at
of
you.
my stuff, Evan.
Yeah. Okay, it's your turn, Margaret Ann. What were you going to tell?
Well, Bernadine went down to the outhouse, and we didn't think too much about it, you know, but she didn't come back, and she didn't come back, and she didn't come back. And all of a sudden, we heard this blood-curdling scream, and it was Bernadine. There was a big snake at the door coiling like this, you know, into the outhouse. And all of us was looking for Jack. Jack was, you know, always involved in everything.
Oh, yeah.
Either the villain or the hero, whichever one he happened to be.
I think this is the only time he was ever a hero.
I think you're right on that. But anyway, everybody was just screaming, Jack, Jack! And he showed up, what's the matter? Get a hole, Bernadine's trapped in the outhouse down there with this snake coming in after her, you know. And so, with the door wide open, her sitting on one of the holes, he goes down with this hole and kills the thing.
And me screaming bloody murder.
And her screaming bloody murder. None of us really knowing what was going on except that there was a snake there. And Jeff became the hero of the moment.
And then teased me relentlessly the rest of the day. All he would do, he didn't have to say a word, he'd just look at me and go, tee hee hee.
Yeah. I thought he pushed out, who pushed the outhouse over with somebody in it?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I heard that Rucker took a picture of me holding Janine down there.
Did he? I've got a picture of the outhouse at home.
Well, I've got a picture of the outhouse with me sitting on a hole between the lamp.
I took the picture. The camera was over there for the reunion, and Rucker said, I wish I had a picture of that. And I said, well, I'll go get the camera. So he went down there and stood by it, and I got a picture of Rucker standing by it, and he was about that much taller than the outhouse.
That outhouse was busy, I'll tell you. When we had a family reunion, you had to stand in line.
I'm sure Margaret Ann told you all about Aunt Nora. Aunt Nora was the one that knocked the candy out.
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing her do it.
Aunt Nora was the seamstress, so when we all used to get together at Grandma's, she made Margaret Ann and I a broomstick skirt. Oh, we were so proud of that broomstick skirt. We thought we was smarter. Of course, we weren't very old. We got up the next morning and we didn't have our broomstick skirts.
What's a broomstick skirt?
Well, it was just a little pleated
Circular skirt.
skirt,
Circular
that's
skirts
all.
with a waistband on them that
Real
the whole yard.
Yeah, it was real full. So we couldn't find our broomstick skirts, and somebody told us to go ask Grandma. So we went down and asked Grandma where the broomstick skirts were, and she said, they're over there on the broomstick. And sure enough, she had wrapped them around a broomstick. She said, that's what the name of them is, isn't it? Broomsticks,
Grandma
girl.
would put them on the broom.
And hid them behind the
Well,
stove.
that's the way you washed them, and you dried
Yeah.
them that way to make them look kind of pleated or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She tied them on the broom.
Uh-huh. And Aunt Nora used to judge, because we'd have contests. We had to sleep on the floor. That was our bed. My mother and my daddy and people like that got to sleep in beds, but us kids had to sleep on the floor. So we had Grandma's quilts as our pads, and then pallets. And Aunt Nora always would judge who had real good beds. And she used to kind of pick mine because I was mistreated quite a bit. They were either 4 years older than me or 4 years younger.
I know what that's like. I'm
Right, I felt, and Margaret Ann and Marcel and
And then
Jimmy.
you'd go and tell on
That's right. They liked me for about 5 minutes, and then
That's because you were just so standoffish, you wouldn't let us even touch you.
No, she's tattletale.
No, I'm talking
You're the one
about
that went in and told about us digging the hole and baking the potatoes, weren't you?
Burning
She wore
each other
skirts
with
too
hot
short.
apples.
Yes, she did.
Yes, she
wore my
did.
skirts too short.
Yeah.
But then Marcel and Margaret Ann and Jimmy did mistreat me, and then they tell me I could come play. Well, come play with them. Then they would be mean to me, and I'd run in and tattle on them. Then they'd have to come in, and then they'd come back and take me out for about 5 minutes. You know what they made me do one time? Jump from the hayloft to the wagon to get out of the hayloft.
Did you do the jumping in the ice
Do or
house?
die. And of course, it's just a miracle that we didn't die.
There wasn't a pitchfork in the wagon.
Did you jump from the ice
Susie would
house?
come over there
No,
all
I didn't jump
dressed
from the
up
ice house.
with those little short dresses on, and Grandma would be mad because she had a little short
She'd
dress.
say to
That's
Aunt
nice.
Eileen, she'd say,
Tease my mother.
where is her skirt?
She teased
She's
me.
got a blouse on, where's her
Mother
skirt?
didn't read, and that's why I'm short. My mother didn't.
No.
These weren't shorts, this was the...
Mine's my that was a little skirt.
Now, who can tell us about Doc Berryman? Doc Berryman? Thomas Jefferson Berryman? The doctor?
Thomas Jefferson Berryman. Who can tell her about Thomas Jefferson Berryman?
Well, this is the wrong group for that.
Yeah, a lot of
Does
it.
anybody know in this group know anything about it?
Well,
No, he was a doctor. He was not part of our family.
See, that's
That's that double cousin thing, see?
Oh,
The Berryman.
okay.
Well, I thought, Mom, I thought you and Tipsy were close to the same age.
Well, no, we're 4 years different.
So you picked on her too?
Margaret ain't way out.
said
No,
so,
Margaret.
but I can't remember.
Jimmy and Marcella were worse.
We were all three
Really?
the same age.
Margaret Ann was kinder to me, but see, she'd have to kind of go along with them other two bullies, you know, my brother and Marcella. But really, no, Margaret Ann and I, we were real close when we started, you know, growing up. But I was young then. I was little. We're only talking about, like, me 6 years old and them 10 years old. So we were still in that bully stage, you know.
Martin, do you remember the time that I didn't get you dressed and the bus had to sit and wait for you to get dressed?
But see,
To go to Irvin.
Grandma Ginner died when I was 8 years old. So see, they were only 12 years old when she died. So all of these memories are before
I
this.
told everybody.
And
What did you bite?
Well, she was so flippy, and you know, she wouldn't stand still, and she wouldn't do nothing. You know how she flipped around all the time. Oh, you was older than 3 years.
How about you?
I wasn't in school yet. I went to Uncle Joe's house when I was 5 and went to school.
I wouldn't touch her anyway. But I never did hit her, but I was determined that I was going to try to get you ready, and you flip over and do something else and flip them back and forth, and the
We
bus
really
come and
can't
you wasn't
tell
ready, and they
about
carried
the
almost
same
killed us
stories,
both.
don't
Did Grandma die in the fall?
I don't know.
No, she
Neighbor.
died in January.
That's what I said, because I married in March.
January the 23rd. Are we
And the
talking
reason
about-
I remember
We talking about my mother's
is
death?
because she was so
No,
upset
Grandma.
over
Oh, Grandma.
December the 7th, you know, 1941.
I was in
She
fifth
was just
grade.
so upset over that war. And I just thought it was great that she died before she saw any of her grandsons going.
And then Buster and I married the next month, you know, she died in January. Because I remember when she died, Buster going to funeral and everything.
Yeah.
But I never met her.
Like I told
There
everybody
was-
down to the Moberly Pottery the other day.
Babby got it.
Babby? Yeah, not Moberly. About and Kate and you and
You, everybody,
Dorothy
this
and
man was working
I told everybody down
Oh,
there
yeah.
about my living there and,
Oh, Lord,
and
yes.
Grandpa Weber
Yeah, they all
living
know.
underneath the bottom. And I tried just to find one person that knew, and a few sort of remembered. And I said, hey, I'm not that old, you know, you ought
Now,
to,
Earl
you ought to be able to remember.
Jack is what we call him,
The
the
mayor.
mayor.
Yes.
And Emma Francis is the mayor's wife.
The last letter,
College,
the
yeah.
last note I got, when she sent me that receipt, she put her return address as mayor of College Hill, mayor of Bend Road, College Hill.
Well, we were down there when Marcella came home, and we did I had never been to Bybee in my whole life, inside the building. And the mayor's wife of Waco, College Hill, got us right in.
Bill
Said
and
she fit us in there.
He said he didn't go to the reunion because he had
He even
business
opened up
to
and
do.
did the pottery
Jack.
thing for us.
Yeah, and Francis went to a meeting, another meeting.
Yeah.
They had a meeting the same day.
This is very
She told me
unusual.
it's
This is the first reunion that I've ever known Jack Ginner to miss.
Part down.
Said he had
Right.
business uptown.
Well, see, what happened is every year the
And they
same,
started my room.
it happens at the same time, but it was
But
always
they were just
after
getting their
the
ears on
reunion.
that-
It's a big
on that
statewide
radio
thing that
years
just
ago
serves on
from
some
Yeah.
board, wasn't it,
Who's the little
Lundin?
chat
Rural
box?
electric,
Yeah,
thing.
rural something.
And
And
his
last
mother
year
come in
he
holler,
missed it,
leaping
and they
lizard.
gave him an award,
Yeah.
didn't they, for 47
Are you
years or
tired,
something.
honey?
And that was when his
Are you
granddaughter
tired?
was getting married.
Yeah.
And they were
You want
just
me to take
praying,
you home?
and they put it on the same weekend as our dinner.
Well, was great. You was
Well, I
Did
don't
you
know
get a
where
hold
Greg
of
was.
Melanie to tell
Robert
her
said
what
He
was going
called, he called Judy,
Oh,
or he left a message to Judy
Well, I know,
to
but
tell
I
her
want
that
somebody to know that
he
I
would not be
paid
there.
out.
There were 15, at least, I figured up 15
That's what I
to 20
said,
regular people that were not at that reunion.
That's right.
Well, I'm just
figured up
saying.
that too.
Uh-huh. Jack and Emma Francis and Bill and Ann,
we stopped
George
George
Winter and his
Robert got out and asked to go to one good, all the property down there in College Hill.
Jimmy,
Jack
I
Ginner
guess
does, and that's where those people bought Grandma Ginner's house from, was from Jack.
Yeah, Marcella.
Oh.
I know what they did now.
No, she has,
So Jack-
and what's his name?
Latch on
Yeah, what's
Oh,
the
so Jack
twin?
Ginner
Yeah.
is,
Wagers,
Marcella's
Jim
Lowe's
Wagers,
and
Jim
Wayne,
Wagers, he's always there.
Well, he's
that
getting
own
married.
most of
I
our
know,
children.
but
He
she
brought
came
her.
last
I
year.
know it, and I wonder if they did somebody like you
but
remember
who's
Now,
his
Grandma
sister?
Ginner's house,
So
is
it's
it
been
the
right
right
or
Grandma
right?
Ginner's house? I sent it to
Yeah,
you.
He sold it 5 acres, but he kept the barn.
They moved.
Well, what about the, well,
But
they-
Jack Ginner is who? What, is he
the
a
other one,
grandpa?
his
Is he
wife
an uncle?
died
What
too,
is he?
the other one.
Yeah.
Charles Wicks.
Yeah.
Tootsie?
His wife died.
Who is Jack exactly? Is he
Uncle George's son.
Yeah, Jack,
Yeah,
all of
Uncle
our,
George.
Uncle George's son?
By Robert and Matt.
and his mother's name was Aunt Angie. If you've ever
I
heard
think
that.
Robert
He's,
and Matt.
he's my brother cousin.
He's your brother cousin.
The
Yeah.
house
He's 6
across the
months older
street
than I am, and we grew up
the
together.
Yeah.
cemetery.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why.
The house
They lived
across
in
the
College
cemetery?
Hill.
To the cemetery.
Bernie lived with Grandma, and he lived in College Hill.
Yeah. And
That's
he
it, they run that
had,
little
his
store across
father,
the street.
George, had the store
Yeah, the
right
little store.
across the road.
I know
from
where the
Grandma's.
store is.
Okay, then when Uncle George died, then
took
Jack
that
took
store
that
over.
store over,
He
and
took
he,
store for
And he turned it into
well,
a post
whenever,
office, didn't
he anyway.
So
was
Jack
always
is your
his daddy,
brother?
and he took
No,
over.
my cousin.
Your cousin?
And then he shut it down, just
He
I
doesn't
call
have
him
a
my
brother.
brother cousin because he's just like a brother.
Yeah, they're
to me. We grew up
really
really close.
Okay, so Jack is a cousin.
Yeah,
So
we
is he
always
mother's cousin too?
Yes.
I'm fine, honey.
Okay.
And of course, Bill. Yeah, Bill
yeah.
and Jack were brothers.
Does anyone
It's
want
also
anything to drink?
Oh, no thank you, I don't. And Eliza, you have any story you want to tell?
No, I don't have anything else to say.
Any words of wisdom?
I'll get you some. Have a house, Jack.
Kentucky advice? But we love you.
Now,
Yeah, we do.
Debbie used to ice the cakes when they came across the river.
She's damn 2 years old.
She would bring a cake to the reunion,
Who's this?
and she would sit on the back seat and ice the cake all the way to the reunion.
who did that?
We're getting old.
That was Aunt Evie.
Not me.
That's Aunt Evie.
Just my body.
And Davy?
They lived in
Don't you
Clark
think we
County,
don't feel like
and they
we're
had to
this old,
come
but we are.
across the river on a ferry in order to get to College Hill.
And Aunt Abby would do her cooking and icing her cakes on the way.
Is that where the checkerboard cakes were made?
Like I want to tell a little story here about Grandma and see if you remember it. Because you were in on where it started. We always went to Grandma's on Christmas, you know. Where are you going, Louise?
She gets a drink of water.
No. Aunt Abby is her. Is her mother? Is it her mother?
Aunt Abby is her mother.
Okay.
Yeah, she was
Aunt Abby is Anna Louise's mother. Okay, and that's her name, Abby.
Aunt Evie, Aunt Abby.
Aunt Eva. Ava.
Abby. We called it Abby.
Abby, okay.
Because they didn't have a copy of them. Everybody else came to Grandma's house. I was already there for Christmas. And this one Christmas, I knew something mysterious was going on in the house, but I didn't know what it was. Aunt Carrie came down early from Irving and started all the Christmas cooking. And all of a sudden, before a couple of days before Christmas, or maybe the day before, I don't know, Uncle John and Aunt Abby and Aunt Eliza came over. Now this was in the dead of winter, and there was gobs and gobs of snow, and in those days cars didn't have heaters. Do you know what I'm telling?
Yep, go ahead.
And Grandma got up and got dressed and put on her little black hat and her little black coat and her little black gloves, and she took off with them. They went to Aunt Nora's for Christmas. They didn't tell a soul but Aunt Carrie. And on Christmas Day...
Carrie couldn't go with us. I forgot why. All the way to Illinois.
Yes.
In the snow.
Yes, and none of the other children knew that she was gone. And so everybody came on Christmas Day, and Grandma wasn't there. She didn't tell them because she's afraid they wouldn't want her to go, because she was up in the years, you know. Anyway, it was a terrible snow. They heated bricks and wrapped them up, you know, and carried blankets with them to keep them warm. And when she came back, she said, you know, said, we just passed all sorts of cars off the road and in these snowdrifts, and said, John just went right on by them. And I can just see it, just as plain as day, can't you? Yeah. And even Aunt Nora didn't know they were coming. And they got to Aunt Nora's house about midnight that night, and Aunt Nora said that Uncle Luther, I guess, was off on one of his chicken trips, you know, and she said she was afraid to go to the door. These people were pounding on the front door. And finally she went down, and she slept upstairs, and she came down and she yelled, what do you want? And Grandma says, Nora, I'm your mother, let me in.
That's a good story.
But I could just see Uncle John just going right on.
He had that car. We wonder if he's in Star. The car named Star.
I don't know.
I don't know what car it was in.
But you remember it, don't you?
I remember when Thelma drove, too.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord,
Oh, I didn't know that.
I've heard that tale.
I've heard that one. I don't remember it, but I've heard it.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
know.
Daddy took us to town. Took Mother and me and Thelma and...
Ain't Nora.
Was it Aunt Nora? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Took us all to town. And he and Uncle Joe decided they wanted a little drink. So they went and had a little drink, and he said, came back to the car, and he said, now, Abby, Thelma can take you home. We're going to stay a while. She said, honey, you know Thelma can't drive. She said, she never has, but she's going to today. So Thelma got in that car, and we went home. Thelma never had drove it.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word.
Well, where was the brother?
Oh, Joe? Well, I don't know.
Johnny.
We don't know. They might have been with him, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
It was just Uncle Joe and Daddy had a little drink.
They had a little, was it moonshine or just plain?
Well, honey, it wasn't. They was drunker than Lord when they came back.
It wasn't the most modern car in the world either. It had that little old steering wheel and a little thing you had to shift.
After the house. No, he was somewhere else. I think he lived with us.
He might have been at Uncle Joe's. He
And
stayed
when
down
we
there
were
one time.
Well,
That's where he was.
No, that was, I
Because
think that's
he and
where
Roger were friends.
Where did he stay? What was the question, Mother?
Where was Buster living when she would live with us?
Because I knew I was 3.
And you lived with Blanche when you were 3. Yeah. I remember you telling me about that.
Who knows the story of Mr. Chisholm? Are you all right?
You do.
No, I can't remember how it started.
Well, you all know Mr. Chisholm.
I do know Mr. Chisholm, but I don't know how she wants to start it.
She
I don't know.
wanted to tell about the time the hat fell over her face. The hat fell over Aunt Eddie's face, and she said to her, Mr. Chisholm, it's Mr. Hassel.
Buster was living there. I know when 3 of them.
Oh, wait, am I telling it right?
I don't remember. No, I can't remember except Aunt Nora.
Aunt Nora always talked about Mr.
Always
Chisholm.
talks about Mr. Chisholm in a boat or something.
Okay, no, it was in a car, and they hit the back end of his wagon.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they hit the back end of the wagon, and when they did, Aunt Eddie's hat flew over her face, and Mr. Chisholm was trying to find out who she was. And then it hit them from the rear end, and she was hollering, Mr. Chisholm, it's Miss Haskell. Of course, Uncle John was probably about 3 sheets in the wind.
Well, another thing, Uncle John and Aunt Eddie used to, when they'd come over, they'd sleep in this other bed upstairs in mine. And when they would go home, as soon as everybody left, Grandma would say, "Now, Bundine, go upstairs and get that bottle of whiskey that John has left under the feather bed. I want to make some camphor oil."
that is cute.
She knew exactly what he was doing, taking his little drinks and leaving the leftover whiskey up there. And he probably knew that she needed it to make that camphorated oil. I always wondered how she knew. She never went upstairs,
Now, my daddy, when we was young, took whiskey and but you can't buy it now, linseed oil, and put so much linseed oil for the cost. And it would get every bit of that out. You could take a spoon of that and it would clear your...
I can remember, Louise, when your mother gave, I can't remember, but they tell the story. Jimmy had colic or something, he was crying, and Edie went to the kitchen, got a teaspoon of whiskey and gave it to him, and he slept all night. So that evidently was the cure for young babies with the colic back in those days.
Well, that's what they told Stephanie to give her back. But she was afraid to it.
Put a little sugar in.
Well, I don't know what Aunt Edie put in it, but he drank it, went to sleep, and didn't have no colic no more.
That's what they gave me when I broke my arm.
Yeah, I did that for Jane down in Florida. They didn't have her,
She had the colic and cried, and Annie brought it back to that between us.
really.
Medication and...
I guess you would because you looked there.
No, that didn't help. I mean, that didn't help.
I did. Did any of you ever get a gift from Grandma Ginner at Christmas time or
Oh, I don't
sometime?
I wouldn't remember.
We got those silver dollars,
And those wide ones.
those wide paper dollars.
I wouldn't.
You
Wide-
did?
I don't- Wide paper doll about this.
Well, I'll never forget. One time, my mother and I were down there, and we were there past Christmas, and we were taking this pitiful little tree down in the parlor, and there hanging with a little ribbon tied to it was a teaspoon with my name on it. And I took it off. It's one of those teaspoons that came out of oatmeal, but I didn't know it at the time. To me, it was, a bucket of gold, and that was the only gift I ever got from her. And I just wondered if, she just couldn't manage gifts. There were too many of us.
That's what I think. I think I would have.
They drew names, she said. She'd buy socks for us.
They drew names.
They drew names, I mean, the brothers and sisters drew names, and they gave each other a gift.
I guess I was just too young. So
Now, I can remember when Christmas, when Miss Behrman used to make things for the sisters. They made pillowcases and papers and they exchanged.
Yeah.
And
some
also,
of the cousins that were close.
they embroidered. Because when I was in the family, she would take and be fixing the Christmas gifts that she picked
Yeah.
for the different sisters. And
But
also
now Grandma
the
just, she had
Hanky
34
she'd be
grandchildren.
saying.
Yeah. That's a lot
And
of
which one was that?
She couldn't do 34.
Miss Berryman.
And
Berryman. What's her first name?
Oh, you
Carrie.
Carrie, my grandmother.
Your grandchildren.
Oh, you call her Miss Berryman. Oh.
I never did call her Mary, I said Miss Berryman. She made her gift for all. She did pillowcases, and she did aprons, and they made their homemade stuff for 4 or 5 a year to exchange.
That's neat.
Of course, I'd be down.
It didn't say who it was from. It just said my name.
Yeah, all I
and
can
was
remember
hanging on that
is, you know,
tree.
she put
And I
the,
assumed
I
that she
can't
hung
hardly
it
ever
there.
remember being
But it was
Grandma's
like,
Christmas.
maybe it was much as 3 or 4 days after Christmas.
I can't
Do you
remember.
remember
I
the juice run through the house?
guess it's because of the weather. Could have had a lot to do. And those Model T cars that you drove around.
You just aggravate poor grandma to death.
Do you remember Marcella teaching us how to tap dance? She was home, I don't know, one summer, not too long ago, maybe 10 years ago or something, you know, and
Colored half shoes?
no, and Christine
You don't
and I,
have to go outside and smoke. You can smoke in my house.
no, Christine and I were talking about Marcella. She was telling somebody something, and you know, she's just smart as a kid, just very intelligent, and I said, I just want you to listen to her. I said, she is so smart. I don't know how she got there. I got that way. I said, when we were little, I could do anything that she could do except tap dance.
What about crossing the pond with the pig trough? Well, who knows that story?
We all do.
We all do.
Well, I don't.
You know, there's no pig trough down there, you know, where we kill pigs.
Green box.
And that old pond down there, muddy. Yeah, we get in that thing.
Boards.
Take a board in, do you remember, stick or something, push your Aunt Evie and Uncle John, Marcella, Jimmy, me and you, and we ran away.
Oh, I remember.
No! That was when we got there down at the end of the road.
We got to the woods.
Huh?
You all got to the part of the woods.
Well, I meant at Grandma's house where we went, the way we went, somebody went by boat or something.
Wasn't it Aunt Evie's?
Yeah, it was at Aunt Evie's house, and she lived in that farm, and for some reason we decided we wanted to run away. And I think Johnny Heisel is the one that knew what was going on, so he kind of alerted somebody that lived down the road, and they picked us up and brought us back. And you probably wanted to come anyway.
I don't remember that.
Lightning bugs.
There they go. See that?
No.
You gotta come up closer.
Yeah, now I see him. My favorite thing in Kentucky besides the relatives. Lightning bugs. Mm-hmm.
You want a lightning bug, you got him, honey.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Oh, they're awesome. I really thought, because he was in the front yard, I really thought he was doing sparklers.
Oh.
Front yard. Christmas tree. Blanche, I said, if I come back here, will you get sick of me? She goes, hell no, honey, I'm just like your mama.
Hunting dog. Probably bought from Moses Farm.
And we had to get it. Lonzo brought one down one summer, too. All 8 of us are now.
You like checkers?
We couldn't take things away from Lonzo.
She liked checkers?
She got one, but she could never get to play with it.
Oh.
Chinese checker board.
For Christmas. How old were your mother?
I still believe in Santa. So it must have been 6.
You have
Probably
not.
6.
She has hers, and this is yours, Margaret Ann.
It would take us
Since you don't have a copy of your memory. You want that? I made all the girls for you, and I did, and I got one there for you. That, so you have a copy, you have a copy of yours.
Yeah, you have to see my love.
Yeah, and
You have to see my love. You have really started something.
and she wrote it.
They have to step on a stool to get them to the beds here. They're so high, some of them. This is Blanche's room. Of angels. And I stayed in years ago when we were here. I like these old-time pictures. Boy with rabbit. Just a pretty girl. In her living room. A lot of them have these ticking clocks that are so nice. Everybody's house here is immaculate. And they'll all tell you it's dirty or it's too messed up. But we haven't seen one thing out of place at any house that we've been at. Ma'am, I'm in the living room. Who is this?
I'm leaving.
Oh, no.
Gotta go.
Okay.
Past my bedtime.
Oh, there's another way in there?
Yeah, there's another go in here.
Oh, okay.
As full as I am.
Well, bye, Virginia.
Bye.
Oh, Virginia, we forgot to ask you about the onion.
What about it?
How'd you, tell us again how you do it real quick. And it's called a what?
Either a blooming onion or a cactus onion or something like that.
And you cut it and deep fry it.
Just slice it down, make it look like a flower, and put some batter, dip batter on it, or kind of batter, you know, and deep fry it.
And that's it.
That's it.
Okay, we got a Kentucky recipe now.
I'm letting everybody wait. We hold the door open too long, it's gonna go.
Bye, Louise.
Bye.
I'll say you.
Bye-bye now.
Well, they have tables for right over there. They don't have the blank. They don't hardly have. They don't put 10 people together. Huh?
Morgie, look up here and say hi to Dottie. Hi, Dottie. Hi, Dottie.
to the suitcase.
I'm in the area where the potters make all of the products. We had come out here, Carrie Ann and Margaret Ann and myself, we had come out here a couple of days ago, and I was just learning how to videotape, and I really messed up and was unable to really show you guys just how neat this place really is. This is just wonderful. Where I watched the guy making a couple of plates, and he has been using these implements here, hanging here on the wall. Most of them are 150-year-old tools. This place is just a lesson in history, I'll tell you. It's really quite remarkable. Little clay storage room. It's so tiny. It's just so tiny. And I had shown you in another film the outside. It's a red slate rock, and it's held together with a mud horsehair mixture, and it's real cool. Keeps things really cold, and so this is where they store the clay when they bring it in. This is where they're storing all of their different pottery. It's really quite an incredible collection. A lot of the people that I talked to have worked here many, many years. They are real people-oriented. Wonderful, beautiful pieces. Just magnificent. I believe that they're just about the luckiest people in the world to work in a facility like this, because they get to wear what they want to work and don't have to dress up, and they're providing a quality product. Right to the left here, this storeroom is a giant kiln. I was talking to Harvey here the other day, and he said that they stacked this kiln with approximately 1,500 to 2,000 pieces of pottery, and they will heat it up to approximately 150 degrees, and he says he bakes them overnight. Oh, look, and I'm coming up on some of the folks that probably work here.
That camera blow up, you know it.
Hi there, Harvey.
How you doing?
Fine. I went up to the Natural Bridge yesterday, thank you. Your directions were impeccable. I did stop at Slade at the snake pit.
Did you have any snakes?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Check out that big yellow one.
Yes, they do. It's a python.
He was loose when you was there, wasn't he, Kevin?
Yeah, man.
He was loose. Take one long trail?
Yeah, I went about, I only went about 6 miles. Well, this is the kiln that Harvey and Richard work on. They both have worked here 31 years, and it looks to me like it's just about packed for the day's kiln. And they put it in there and then fire it up, what, 150 degrees, Harvey?
2,000 degrees.
2,000 degrees. Oh, I remember. He said it was 150 in here when they come in the morning, and they can't open the windows and turn on the fans because all the pottery will crack. So that's probably why he has such a marvelous complexion.
Into the cemetery and asked all the antique car people to bring their cars and wear their club shirts. Oh, it's brand new and open. They never.
But it's on the same row, and it's
They haven't even got in the thing yet.
skill ball, and that's green toss. It's the same Carnival cash.
She got $1 back in each one of them.
Because it could have been 4,500. I can use that one.
You don't want a dog to take back home with you, do you?
A dog?
Yep.
What kind?
I need
What
to
kind
give
you
you
want?
a sick one or a well one.
We got a little male, about half beagle hound that comes to the house. And beautiful, excuse me, beautiful little dog. And then we got a part collie that comes to the house, beautiful dog.
Are they little babies?
No.
No.
Well, I went up
I didn't
to...
give the collie, I didn't give him, I didn't have all his shots to give to him, his tags, and his rabies shot, his tag, and his dog tag, and his stemper shot, and his parvo shot. Took him to the vet and had $40-something worth of butt medicine done to him. All the hide come off his tail.
Did you call it butt medicine?
Yeah, butt medicine.
Mm-hmm. Is that different from...
Yeah, different end of the horse.
I
The
see.
dog, right? Different end of the wrong end of the dog. North end of the southbound dog.
I see. Well, I went up to my cousin George,
Yeah.
the Mo's Hills boys.
You provide it or you keep that up?
I was going to go get myself a little puppy up there, but...
He wanted to hurt you.
What?
He wanted to hurt you?
George?
You got to take his coon hounds?
No. But I decided not to.
Let's give you a little part big.
Come back about 3 weeks, I ain't be one. You're late.
We got two, don't belong to us. I'm trying to find them a home. And I don't want to take them to the pound.
Well, I just lost my two dogs. They just both died of old age, and so I'm kind of going through a grief period here.
Oh, you need one. You need this little collie I've got. Beautiful little dog.
How old do you think he is?
A year.
I can show you a picture of it.
Call him. Yeah, get a picture.
But you now want some medical bill.
I was talking to the guys eating lunch. This is Mary Esther right in front of us. Say hi, Mary.
Hi there.
People laugh at you when you tell them.
There is such a diversity in the pottery in this place.
Look, we do this 51 weeks a year.
Those are some sort of like a teacup.
There's 1,500, 2,000 pieces.
Everything in here is right now, it's non-colored. It's just basic, plain clay. And this is the stuff that they're going to be putting into the kiln to fire. These were just thrown in the back room, the original part of the building. Remember I told you guys that it was built in 1809. And here we are right in front of one of the little doors. They're just so short. This is quite fun, I have to tell you. Uh-huh. What are you making there?
Well, I'm sponging off pieces. Getting them ready to put color on.
Mom?
Is this where you dip them for color?
Each one of these tubs you see here has a different coloring.
Is that right? Do you mind if I walk by and film them?
Right here.
Boy, these are gorgeous colors.
Now, colors can be deceiving. Sometimes they look like pretty much what they are, but other times they don't. This tub right here is pink. It looks pink.
I understand from talking to one of the fellows here that the floor of this building has raised over the years from all of the clay shavings and droppings, and now in the back room they've got all these I've come outside the plant. There aren't the mobs around right now. It's about 84, 85 degrees. Real pleasant. The humidity must be about 45%. What we've been experiencing here has been just ridiculous. Anywhere between 80 to 90% humidity. I'm entering the ancient part of the mill right now. They've got some belts running. Apparently there's a motor
upstairs, and when the potters are working down here, these belts will be moving. A wonderful fluted little bowl here. The tape that I made 2 days ago, this gal was here making small little teacups. She was able to put a handle on it in about 10 seconds. I'm telling you that this is the job. This is the life. Look at the bowl she's got in front of her to get ready. This is the kind of job where you can see where your work gets done. Hey, where'd your pot? One of the potters, I believe his name is, he's the owner. He works right here in this tiny little space, and there are these two 6-pane windows that open up, and as he's sitting here, he gets to look out on this little lily pond. I don't know if y'all can see just how incredibly beautiful it is. They've got some flowers here that look like they're cousins to a Salvia victoria. Red lilies. They're almost like an orchid more than a lily. How would you like to have your job sitting here and looking out on this? Wouldn't make it hard to get up in the morning. Well, the potter has returned, and he's over here working the clay. One thing I'd like to point out is, notice the muscles on the forearms. It's just incredible, this kind of work. This will certainly keep you in shape. We've got another potter at the end that's working these ancient tools. He's got a piece on there that's about 150 years old. It's right there. He places it in and he works it on the bowl. Can't believe it. Well, I think I'll just reach up here and grab a 150-year-old tool. What I admire about these people is they have such gentle touches. You see how strong they are in their upper bodies from working with such heavy clay. And then they have such finesse with such delicate pieces. It's really a sight to see. He's moved to his potter wheel now.
How many years have you been doing this?
It's hard to give you. Over 40. I grew up here, picked it up grass, so it's awfully hard to give you a start.
Now, did you say this started in 1908?
It's 100 years older than that. 1809.
1809. Oh, okay.
Was it your parents that owned it before you?
I'm absolutely amazed at the finesse of these guys. Take a raw piece of hard clay. You saw he was just pounding it before, and he puts it on the potter wheel, which of course is being driven by this belt here to the left. There is a motor upstairs that's driving this, and he just forms whatever it is he will.
That's magic at work.
Wish I were.
How do you get the coloring in there?
The first store you came to on your right, they were dipping it in the coloring. We take our colors to the liquid just by adding water.
Brenda Cole? Brenda Cole. And you've been here 18 years, if I remember correctly. And you said that some of these bowls are called squashed bowls? Squashed fruit bowls?
We fix them 5 or 6 different ways. Some with handles and some just plain like this, or with the flutes, and we make some with bigger flutes. And I do all the finishing work. Whatever the piece needs, when they make it, I finish it.
And you take some of them and push them in the middle, right?
I see.
Oh, yeah. Oh. It sure is beautiful.
I don't know why anybody won't more, but they like it.
Wow. My sister Dorothy, the director beforehand. Ollie Hill we're heading to.
Geneva says there's no LDS church in Richmond. And years ago, 15 years ago,
There's a black barn, car
I
barn.
got the rest of it. I was going to try and go to it. Didn't have transportation.
Is that Mo Hill? Or is that, no, that's not it.
All this time, she has not found out about it.
Just putrid smell. And she fed me country fried ham. And I just thought I was going to choke, and I kept putting pieces in my lap and my napkin going, good, good.
Whose house was it you were at?
Great Aunt Lou's.
Oh, one we're going to go see pretty soon, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And they had a feather down bed?
Giant. Upstairs in the attic.
Was it, did you sink in it, or you lay soft on it?
Sunk in it.
Why were you so scared?
Because I had seen a movie on, Nightmare Theater about ventriloquist dummies coming to life and murdering people. And she opens up the door to this closet, and there's a trunk with a ventriloquist dummy in it.
Oh, poor Dot. Oh, that's beautiful.
And here's the new residents that are building up all over Waco, College Hill. And you didn't want to have a jacket? We threw at your wedding.
I'm a hero.
Great Aunt Lou Hill, who was married to Dillard Hill,
who raised
Mose Hill.
And Mose did the dogs.
bought it, broke for 10 years to rebuild it. They're living in it. They're living in it.
This is great-grandmother's house. No, it doesn't.
Well, let's go say goodbye to those nice people.
So this is great-grandma Eliza McKinney's house. Those boards, those logs there are some 200-year-old oak. And this is Danny and, what's your last name? And Stella McKay. They are the new owners of the home, and they have remodeled it just gorgeously. He's very talented, very handy man. They've put in a new wishing well over the old well. This is the smokehouse.
We can build a cooker right over here.
There is?
Barbecue pit right there. Working on it today.
I'll be darned.
You can walk up to it.
Okay. Are you going to be here, Stella, for a little bit?
No, we're getting ready to take her home.
Oh, well, can I just film those steps real quick inside? Yeah. I'll be right back. Old stairwell. And we have a story to tell on these steps. The story we heard last night about Mother, Margaret Ann, and Jack coming down these stairs, playing bride and groom in grandmother's lace curtains. This is the steps here. I'm going to go get the picture of that girl.
I'm going to put the light on up there.
Okay.
And right here for a little bit.
Mothers used to slide down this banister. This is a beautiful wallpaper that Mary took a sample of. This door is all boarded up. It's what was called the house, where she used to sit and do her work. They have a double fireplace in here. This is where all the kids slept, on the pallets made from the quilts. These people have done wonders with this house, just wonders. There's the front door. There's a modern exercise machine.
Here's one of the original light fixtures. Made out of iron.
Oh my. Oh my.
You can see what they...
Oh, thank you. There's no wood box too. And then they used to have a stove in here. What's your dog's name?
Chiwi.
Hi, Chiwi. Hi, little fella. I won't hurt you, I promise. Anything you want to tell me?
It's a shame I wasn't living 100 years ago. I wouldn't go through all this right now.
This is the barbecue pit.
Going to be.
It used to be the kitchen.
Oh, this used to be the kitchen. Okay. Where, and the pear tree's gone. Where was the pear tree?
There was a pear tree over in that clear spot outside that gas tank.
That's where you guys used to climb, huh? Where's the pond that you took the pig trough in? Okay.
Hey, the pond over yonder. Yeah, the pond down yonder. Go that road over there, you can see it right down yonder.
That over here?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm moving too fast on this camera.
There used to be one on the other side of that barn, too. And old big dogs used to pebble across the mud.
You remember that old boating house used to be on the other side of that barn?
Yeah.
I went up there yesterday.
Really?
Found some letters, 1912.
Really?
What was that I found? 18 what?
Yellow?
She got them in there. I found an old 47 glass car. I'm going to keep all this. 1890.
This is smokehouse.
Make any money off of it? I don't know.
Well, I want to save the shit out there.
Yeah, I'm going to keep all this right here. Here's a newspaper I found out there.
Everybody thought their car was Avon Bible. I said, no, it's not Bible. Because it has no Cincinnati Post. Hi, honey. You found some legal stuff here.
Y'all come back next year, it'll be a different place.
Out of Grandma's house, great-grandma's house. Look at that beautiful tree. Dorothy could tell me what it was, how old it was. They found an old tombstone here. Panoramic view here. It's just gorgeous, and to think that we actually belong to some of these neat pioneers. I just love it. So do my sisters, and I'm sure Pa would too, if he were here. That's the dinner bell that they used to call the field hands in with. Want to take another picture?
We'll probably be here next
Okay.
I give that other guy, did that guy give y'all some of them nails I gave him in that can?
No.
He didn't give me nothing. And I'm the granddaughter.
Well, just come back in the truck and you're going to have one of these logs around you
Listen to
and
me,
drag
I
it home with
could,
you.
I would.
Hanging up, put it up in your front yard.
I would. If I could, I would.
Get the bell, Carrie Ann?
Yes, I got the bell. Oh, I'm recording.
What's the matter with your eyes?
Oh, wonderful.
You wear glasses?
Contacts.
Contacts.
Yeah, they're a little red today, huh?
Yeah. Well, I ain't ready. I see you got them all squeezed up.
Oh. I do that a lot. This is good work.
I should come over here. There was some rich dirt up on that right there, pure black.
Danny.
Yeah.
What'd you do with that little bitty baking soda I had full of nails, that little can?
Oh, that's where I give that guy.
You did that for
Oh,
me.
you did? Well, it had the nails in it.
Y'all watch them bees. I ran
Oh,
in about
bees.
500 up here
Oh,
yesterday.
my goodness. I'm so allergic to those things.
What's that? Where's that thing at I found?
What thing?
Look like a...
You stuck it out there somewhere.
Yeah.
What is it? You don't know.
I'm not real sure.
It's antique, I ain't
I said, well, it could be a
Maybe
garlic
I
crusher or
can,
something.
maybe I can identify it. These look like part tombstones here.
I don't know what I done with it. I found something yesterday at that old house. It looks like the thing they used to fix tires with, but...
This is Danny's workshop. It used to be the smokehouse.
That's where they hung meat up. We got them old hooks. Well, I got that lighter hanging on one, and that light, that bug
killer. Uh-huh.
Let me,
Oh, he's refinishing the door.
that's a new door going in the house. I went fishing yesterday and caught 22 bream.
Oh, my word. And look at the knife.
I don't know what I done with it. I laid it somewhere. You see these posts right here? I don't know if the camera pick them up.
Yeah?
That's
Yeah.
the salt soaked in right there. That's right here.
Uh-huh.
That's salt right there soaked in that post from there to the floor. And there's one there that's soaked in right in that fish basket, that white. And I cut this one off because it was gone. Salt done ate it. I replaced this one back.
Excuse me, Mother. Where's the ice house? Do you know where that is?
The ice house is
Probably,
long gone.
I tell you what, when I was a kid, I come home when I used to take them things and hook them up, and a guy to get them off an old truck, big blocks, and we didn't have a refrigerator. An ice man would come around, and my mama would take and put them up. And the only washing machine they had back then was one of them ringer types.
You're not that old, sir.
I'm 49 years old.
Well, I'm 67, and I'm supposed
You
to
might
be
have,
that. You're too young for that.
And had a washing machine that had a little knob on the side. I used to run my hand in there, and my hand right there got caught one time. That thing was bouncing up and down. My mama, it was a roller what it done, it squeezed the water out, and it went back into the tub. It was a tub washer. That thing went round and round.
Whatever happened to the ice? Where'd you put the ice if you didn't have a refrigerator?
Well, back then, so they had what they call an ice box. It more like that's all it was. It was a box. You put your ice up inside of it when you open the door. And then when you want some ice, you take an ice pick and you go in there and pick it. Get out what you wanted.
The iceman just went in and put it in.
That's great.
Don't you remember anything?
Well, I remember them bringing ice to my grandmother's house, I thought, one time. That's all I remember. But I thought they put it in the wall, but I guess they put it in a door.
Let me close it up. You still got that thing running?
Could be. Do you folks have any children?
No, I had a month when I was a kid and can't produce none out of 11 kids. I'm the only one out of 11.
Oh.
Stella, she can't have no kids. She's had herself fixed. She had cysts or something.
Well, at least you got yourself a sweet little dog.
Yeah, she will.
And each other, yeah.
She's real curious and all. Brother Smile, your dog over there taking pictures of you.
Mother, this
Danny,
is...
I told her anything you told her, she better check it out, because I'm the one that tells you.
Yeah.
He don't want to admit it.
My wife's a good car. She just been in a bad car wreck. She just can't do nothing no more.
Oh, I did. That's Mary.
She did get up.
How do you do,
my
ma'am?
property, I would.
Thank you for your patience today while we were...
We have to have a nice couple
Well,
of beers and...
When you get 10 people to turn you down, and about 3 of them say they coming by to dig that little old hole right there and don't never show up. One did come out and looked at it and said it'd be in 2 days, but never showed up. And I called one guy 4 or 5 times, just like making me feel like I was begging him.
Yeah, I give it to her too.
And I don't even know.
I said when we tear out those walls and stuff upstairs, there'll be a bunch more letters, maybe some photographs.
Dot.
The last 5 years is what the termites took over from the bottom all the way up.
Oh, my.
See how termites eat in? They eat in from the center and they eat it all up. They get tired on one, they jump on another.
Oh, my.
That's all within the last 5 years.
I told him we need to go get steel beams and put right through the center of these rooms.
See, that door used to be up right yonder. When me and my wife went in that log room to tear that out, them letters was up down like, I call them old cigar boxes. That's what them letters was in. But if I know they was in there all that time, that room had leaked, and that's what messed up some of them old letters we had. It just got wet and deteriorated.
It caught on fire, we found out it caught on fire several times.
It caught on fire right up over there on the front porch.
We even found some of the boots. We only found the one. They called them granny boots back then with the big heel, and they laced up the front. Yeah. And come up on your ankle. Yeah. I said, wish we found the other one. We don't have to wear them. They're cute little boots. Let's see you later.
If you want another bottle, go at the end, that's back in on the stump. I found another old bottle.
You found a lid to something, too.
Huh?
I think my grandson took several, but I would love to.
On the back side?
See that big tree yonder?
Yeah.
Go out from that tree, there's a stump right there. You'll see a bottle sticking in.
Not that big one.
No, we got mulberries. One you ate the mulberries off of.
Oh, I didn't get a picture. Dorothy's Catherine's going back to get an old bottle that he found here. And then I'm going to film her at the mulberry bush. They're hoping.
This was probably one of our great-grandfather T.J. Harrison's apothecary bottles. It's quite old. It'll be really neat when we get it cleaned up. The opening is really, really small, so it was some sort of tincture that needed careful measurements. It does have a screw top, which means that it came out of one of the northern states back in the 1800s because they had the manufacturing plants for the glass, New York City, Philadelphia, and such.
Is this a mulberry bush?
This is.
Oh. Well, let me...
Did you eat any?
Yeah, I did.
You have to get... Oh, gosh. You have to get the real dark ones. It looks like they came out and picked them. There were just a whole bunch.
Here we go round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush. Here we go round the mulberry bush so early in the morning.
Looking for the dark ones.
Get one and show me.
Well,
even if it's not dark.
they must have come out and done some picking earlier. Everything left on the tree is still ripe.
Well,
so
there's one.
it's got to be real dark. Like almost black, like a blackberry. Otherwise, they're just way sour.
Around the front, that's beautiful. You could probably tell me what it is.
Where? Come on.
The store.
The new owners, back in the 1800s, all kitchens were separate from the house because of the tremendous amount of heat. And that way the house didn't heat up, and just the kitchen itself would get really hot. It was always stone kitchens, and they had windows and open areas in the roof to try to cool it off. But can you imagine baking bread, baking pies, making everything homemade in 98-degree temperature with 90% humidity? I can't. more, I'm not covering your butt no more.
Make a man feel good.
It make you feel good, but it makes me feel lazy.
My wife's a good, hard woman. She works hard, she means well, does good work, she got a good brain on things. Should have been,
Who dug that footer?
You and Jewel. I didn't dig it.
That's great.
All I done was just skim the top of it, and Stella and Jewel dug it.
Who's the neighbor see digging that was talking about it?
It's ain't her digging it. Only thing I dug is just from right there, the corner of that, them logs. They done the rest.
You guys are a good team.
So I'm coming down to work on my aunt's house in October. If I have questions, can I come on out and ask? Yeah? Okay. I worked for Carpenter 7 years. My dad's retired construction, so I learned a lot from him. Yeah. Yeah, I started writing to a friend of his mother's, and she quit writing. She said her arthritis was so bad she couldn't write.
Thank you.
Y'all have a safe trip. I'm allergic to stuff like that. It looks crazy.
Well, my mother was swinging her with them in the house and demanded that her father, who was then pneumonia, died of dead of winter. They took their food and everything, and they tied him to a horse and drove way down the road, and he died of an explosion.
No, Carrie, it's time to eat your food. Just a minute. Just a minute. You're filming? Mm-hmm.
But you've been there?
I thought I could convince her to go with me if she was home.
You could have. She would have known. She likes to get out and go excursions every once in a while.
Oh, that scared you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stand. Stand.
Right on your stomach.
You gonna smile and laugh? Say Daddy. Can you say Daddy?
Daddy. Daddy.
That's arm.
Oh, look at the goose. She's cleaning herself?
Ooh.
God, I wish I had my shades.
This is a Civil War bridge. Or base. That's one. Get in the picture, Mary.
Kentucky Horse Farm.
We finally made it.
Just the two of us.
New. Rolling Hills of Kentucky. We're going to try a horseback riding tour back into the woods or into the greens in the mountains for about 50 minutes. This to be my second time on a horse, or third time on a horse, but only a second time because the other two times they bunked me off. Oh. Hey. Oh, honey, what else do you want?
Get ready for the show, Carrie Ann.
Me too. I think so. Or maybe we can get some. It does feel good. Don't get it, I couldn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, the people of the Commonwealth of Kentucky are proud and pleased to welcome you to the world-renowned Kentucky Horse Park as we proudly present the Parade of Breeds. And this afternoon we have a very special opening just for you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember why, won't you join us this morning for a presentation of the flag of the United States of America? Strips of cloth, alternating red and white. Each stripe represents one of the original colonies. In the left-hand corner, there was a field of blue with the star for each colony. Their breed horse is a Mustang. The wild horse is an unbred free-rolling horse found on the land in the western part of our nation. These horses are descendants of animals released by or escaped from Spanish explorers, ranchers, miners, soldiers, or Native Americans.
Horses on the Kentucky Horse Farm. This is a joke.
Standing 36 and 34 inches tall and weighing about 200 pounds each, ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome the American miniature horses. This is Strawwater and Starbuck. And they're aid number 1. Strawwater and Starbuck come to us from Pat and Bob Nagel Flowerfield Farm of Rockford, Tennessee. Miniature horses were first imported to the United States from Iceland, Greenland, South America, and England, produced in the coal mines in the mid-1800s. They could pull little bitty coal cars out of the mines where the larger horses could not go.
Horses can pull 3 times their weight or 1,000 pounds.
And look square in the eye. This only happens once a day, and the charge is only $3 per child. As you get ready to photograph this mare, wait for just a moment and watch her as she moves gracefully around the ring. You can see how the light changes on her coat. If you look closely, you will see that her color is golden bay. This special golden color with its metallic sheen is a genetic trait of this breed of horse. Thanks to Dan Stewart and his family of Lexington, Kentucky, we are very proud to introduce a breed of which there are less than 100 horses in the United States today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Medica the Apple Tiki. The Apple Tiki is considered to be one of the most ancient and unique breeds of horse in the world. In Central Asia, bordering Iran and the Caspian Sea is an area known as Turkmenistan, a former republic of the Soviet Union. The southern portion of this land is an oasis, a land bordered by mountains on one side and the desert on the other side. Because of this area's isolation, its native tribesmen were able to take great pride in the purity and lineage of their horses. From the desert environment, these horses developed the ability to withstand extremes of temperatures. Numbers increase, the Apple Tiki is being crossed with heavier horses and beginning to make quite an impact on the American sport horse registry. And the ability. Although the settlers called most horses raised by American Indians Cayuse ponies, the famed Cayuse Indian pony of the Northwest is a distinct breed that originated in the 1800s. It's thought that the Cayuse Indian pony began from Spanish horses brought into Mexico by the conquistadors. It is believed that French Northern blood from Canada may have later influenced the breed, because the Cayuse Indian pony differs somewhat in both color and conformation from the original Spanish horses. Many paints, pintos, medicine hats, and the Appaloosa breed were very much influenced by the Cayuse Indian pony. In 1971, Jeff Edwards of Fort Worth, California, began the Wild Horse Research Center to preserve these remnants of American history. It is through the generosity of the Edwards family and the Lexoff Florida Products Company of Marietta, Georgia, that we are able to show you the famed Cayuse Indian pony of the Great Northwest.
Here's my baby.
Developed in all nationalities and Northern France, the Percheron is considered to be the major draft horse breed with direct infusion of Arabian blood. Ladies and gentlemen, part of the actual working staff here at the Kentucky Horse Park, let's make welcome Mike the Percheron.
Percheron. That's what I saw when we were on the horseback ride.
Thousands of Percherons were imported to the United States in the last half of the 18th century. And importation continued until approximately World War II. The Percheron was a favorite with both the American farmers and the teamsters who moved freight on our busy streets. This breed was so popular that by 1930 a government census showed that there were 3 times as many registered Percherons as the other 4 draft breeds combined. Following World War II, the invention of the modern farm tractor nearly made the Percheron extinct. As America modernized, the Percheron was all but forgotten. A handful of farmers, including many Amish, dedicated to the preservation of the breed, kept alive through the next 20 years, and by 1960 there was the re-emergence of the draft horse in America. Ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasing disposition, proud, alert, intelligent, and a willing worker, this is Mike with her hammer, Shelley. Thanks to Dan Stewart and his family of Lexington, Kentucky. We are now very pleased to introduce to you what is considered to be one of the most unique and unusual breed of horse in the United States today. Let's have a hearty welcome for Mel's lucky boy, the American Basker Curly. The plains sought free females from the Mustang herds. Just shortly after very severe winter, the cowboys noticed mingling with the Mustangs some strange horses with long mats of heavy curly hair. The cowboys thought that there was something radically wrong with this breed of horse, and they left them pretty much alone. The Plains Indians knew of the great curly horse. They highly prized him and kept him much as we would cattle today. The Indians knew that during the winter months, the hair of the entire Basker Curly's body will grow from 3 to 6 inches in length, and will generally lie in soft waves or ringlets. During the springtime, this hair shed out very easily, and the Indians would save it and move it into blankets and clothing. The Indians also knew that Basker Curly broodmares could give from 2 to 5 gallons of milk per day, which they made into highly priced cheese and butter, and also used as a drink. The Basker Curly's temperament is very docile while being quite inquisitive. A very easy horse to break for family type use, and because of its size and conformation, there's not much it can't do. Anything else we've told you so far? So listen very closely, ladies and gentlemen, and look them over. The hair follicle of the Basker Curly is round. It does not contain scales, therefore it will not hold dust and dander. So it has been found that people who have allergies to horse hair do not seem to be affected in the least by the hair of the American Basker Curly. Now that's a unique breed of horse. Good size, excellent temperament, and hypoallergenic. Ladies and gentlemen, the American Basker Curly. In 1419, discovered the New World. He found no horses. On his second voyage back to Spain, a few years later, Columbus bought a breeding stock. These he settled in the area we today call San Domingo, and through their cross and nature's own evolution, there came a brand new breed of horse that doesn't feel heat by the way naturally, and is known to have the smoothest ride on the face of the earth. United States servicemen stationed around Puerto Rico in the 1940s got to ride this beautiful breed of horse. And when they came back to the United States, they refused to give up the luxury and the comfort of the ride you see here today. So they brought in breed stock and thus began the American Paso Fino. On loan to the Kentucky Horse Park from Jacqueline Darrell, Windsong Farm, Hopkins, Minnesota, how big of a welcome can you give Florida Windsong, the American Paso Fino? At the fold of its mother's side, the very first wobbly steps are generally left hind, followed by left front. Right hind, followed by right front. These horses do this unique 4-beat battle gait through 3 variations of speed, called the Fino, the Quinto, and Largo. What you see here today is called the Fino, which is the classic showing gait. The forward speed is slow, with very rapid, short steps, while the horse remains fully balanced and collected. Those of you who know about Pasos realize that Poema is not as tall as most of his equine cousins. The Paso generally stands 14.2 hands tall. Poema is quite a bit shorter than that. Some unknown reason was very little to eat or drink. He was at the quarantine station. The veterinarian told his friend that Poema did thrive. His new family nourished him, and he became a beautiful black stallion, slightly smaller in size, but a multi-champion and bad Poema, which means beautiful form on the long lines, and undersaddle in the classic Fino. If you reverse the blank registry name and place it in English, you will find that you have Fino Paso, or 5-step. Poema's name, of course, means poem, or poetry. Ladies and gentlemen, watch how he moves. Place the 2 names together, and we'll sure that you will notice that you're watching pure poetry in motion from an almost 500-year-old horse, known as the American Paso Fino. Ladies and gentlemen, Poema Windsong. Mel's lucky boy, the American Basker Curly. Mel, the Awful Tiki. Chinese Indian pony, Teton. Poema of Windsong, the American Paso Fino. off the Mustang. And in just a moment, we'll ask you to reverse so those of you on the other side can get a shot also. But at this time, we'd also like to remind you of the Reed's Farm community.
It's about 5 feet, 6 feet.
Almost 6 feet.
5 feet, 5.5 feet. That's the horse that I was riding this morning. This is a carousel in the middle of the horse park. They have horse races like all around the top of it. Beautiful green and white.
You coming?
Get him to look this way. There we go. He's a cutie. He's a colt. Bye, little pony. Bye, little horsey. There's the fans in here for the horses. This one's called Bo. This is Bullet. Charlie?
They're going back on at 3 o'clock. They go from 3 to 4 every day, too.
How much does he weigh?
It's about 1,600 pounds now. There. He's out of a Bertrand draft horse mare by Mammoth Jack. He probably weighs 1,500, 1,600 pounds.
Thank you.
What's the breed of this horse? Percheron. And they're relative to the Clydesdale?
No, these are French breed. The Clydesdales are Scottish. Follow the draft breed. Horseback mail.
Watch out!
Shiny. He's so shiny.
Look at him.
Hey, look how much bigger than me he is. One of Mary's favorite horses.
We can ask him to let us off the Raven Horse Show.
Yeah, we could do that. If it, we might be able to walk it faster than they can drive it.
You want to ride first, or you want to go there first?
I want to go there first. Always hanging on the outside.
Carrie's house.
Love these Kentucky birds. Wish we could find a cardinal. This one. That's this one that won the
Kentucky State Derby.
And his name is Bo. Go!
Session starts. No exceptions. Entries for tomorrow morning should be made in the show office this evening. Entries for tomorrow morning session should be made in the office before you leave tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some lunch in a minute.
Could you tell me what time it is?
2:45.
Thank you.
Play swings over here. These guys are going to go in. Awesome. I missed that one.
Okay.
Reverse spin, continue to walk. And gallop, please, and gallop. In first place, entry number 376, the Rocketeer. In Berkeley, riding an entry of Alicia Sutton.
Why did you select to first place?
Second place to entry number 689, Supreme Decision. Paul Hyman, riding for Carl and Joyce Hyman, Valley Park.
Show up with 2,000.
Third place to entry number 594, Coca-Cola Kid, Pepper Profit riding for Benita Profit.
That is the pain.
And in fourth place, entry number 301 for Rory's Buckshot. Cindy Rosling, looking for the tricep here.
Have you ridden yet?
Excuse me?
Have you ridden yet?
I'm going in next class.
All right, thank you.
Second horse is on pattern in class 110. Second horse is on pattern in class 110. So, class 111, half Arabian Country Pleasure Amateur Honor to Ride Championship. Class before you is about half complete. So you need to be making your final preparations, and please check in.
And 112 goes in to get on.
This is a second call for class 161. Second call for class 161. You should be preparing. Class 160 will be going in shortly. Class 162. This is your second call. Second call for class saddle seat equitation 14 to 17.
What did he tell you?
606, are you going in this next class before? Class 162, saddle seat equitation, this is your second call. And class 163, this is your first call for walk trot pleasure, JTR 7 to 10. This is your first call, class 163.
I want to get this horse closed up. You should get a picture, Mary. I'll zero in on it.
This would actually do a showing.
No, it's in.
Oh, in there? They're just warming up out here? Is there a show going on now?
Here, hold this for half a second. Wouldn't like it.
We have results of class number 111, the half Arabian Annual Arabian Country Pleasure Adult Android Ride Championship. The 1996 champion. Congratulations to entry number 94, H.H. Mystify. For Baker, riding and Justin Baker.
Which one? Huh? The 94. She's still in?
Entry number 206. Third place to entry number 215, Old Bagage on the show. Saturday Night Live, Margaret O'Connor, the writer. Fifth place, standing number 502, BWI Society, the show in America. Sixth place, standing number 606, Heart of Fame, the writer. And in seventh place, entry number 407, for Sharon Martin. Congratulations, exhibitors. And once again, the winner of title number 111, the champion, H.H. Mystify and Deborah Baker.
Yes, she can. All right, Nikki, they're coming on your side.
Fences are coming on
Like
your
right
side.
now.
Whoops. There they go. Civil War fences where you can see the people shoot. The whole cannonballs hit the fence.
Look.
One of the horse trainers was riding along talking to us about the fences. She says there's not a stick of mortar in there. All they did was stack rocks.
Mm-hmm.
These flowers are remnants and leftovers from the reunion that was held last Sunday. And there were so many left that dozens of people there were able to take some of them home.
Okay. And someone, and that's a funeral basket that's 150 years old that you see here on the table.
The funeral baskets were given to Carrie, Toddy, and Mary by Still and Danny, who own the home now. They are assured whose graves that they came off of, but they figured they're about 150 years old. They have dug up family tombstones on the grounds, but they can't read who was buried there. So there was a generation of people buried there prior to our grandparents owning that home in College Hill.
Okay.
And this is one of the baskets that dear Dottie gets to carry on her arm all the way home to Salt Lake and then ship it from Salt Lake to Portland.
And the lady in here is your cousin?
we have a guest around our dinner table tonight. Linda Lefko, one of my girls, from Ravenna. In the Lefko family, Anita was born first, and then Billy, and then Doe, and then Linda, and then Nancy. And Linda has driven over to see us on our last night here.
And they're your friends? They're your friends or your relatives?
Well, and Dean's children, who knows? They may end up in the long run being relatives because of some German connections we've made with genealogy. But right now, neighbors grew up with them, helped raise Linda. And helped raise Doe.
Okay, and we met Doe. The day we went down Carrie's Skinner Street, where you were.
Every time you've been here. But come on in and just
like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8
keep people
out trying to get in the place this morning.
So my friend said they
He asked to go over and give her a hug, Mother.
I've already given her a hug.
But I don't have it on tape.
She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to do this picture without me giving you another hug. I just love.
And you're Linda. Linda Lefko.
I'm Linda.
Now, y'all gonna have a camcorder thing, but you ain't gonna have no photographs? You know how to have a photograph.
Oh, yes.
You don't like photographs?
No,
you saw one. She's been charity in a while. Hey, boy.
So fun.
Hey, Don.
Hi, Shirley.
There's Shirley. Oh, how are you all doing?
Look at this.
Oh, there's Shirley.
Excuse me. Oh.
How are you doing?
All right, how are you doing? How you feeling these days? Behaving yourself? No. Smoking. I saw that. That's a no-no.
Don't need to be, does it?
No, he doesn't.
Who's that?
Have you ever met his wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, surely.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I heard that.
Surely she must know.
Yeah.
She's from like the back road.
Further. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Morgan.
Doesn't think much of them, does she?
Morgan. Morgan.
Wonderful.
Good. I finally got a smile from you.
School rotten. That's great.
Street, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84111. Because I wrote it since I was like 6 years old.
Wow. I have every word you ever written.
Just like that.
Every card. She does.
Ship.
Every card.
She goes
Every
pack and ship.
Rum cake, right?
Best ever rum cake.
What's your phone number?
Ingredients: 1 teaspoon sugar, 1 cup dried fruit, 1 teaspoon soda, 2 large eggs, lemon juice, not doesn't say much. 1 or 2 quarts rolled brown sugar, 1 cup butter, baking powder, and nuts.
I only wrote it 1,000 times.
Before starting, sample the rum to check its quality. Now proceed with selecting a large mixing bowl instead of measuring cups. Check the rum again because it must be just right. To be sure the rum is of proper quality, pour 1 level cup of rum into a glass and drink it as fast as you can. Repeat the procedure. Sounds like winter to me. With the electric mixer, beat 1 cup of butter in a large fluffy bowl. Add 1 teaspoon of sugar and beat again. Meanwhile, make sure the rum is still all right and try another cup. Open 2nd quart if necessary. Add legs, 2 cups dry druit, and beat till high. If druit gets stuck in beaters, pry loose with a juice scrubber. Sample the rum for tonsillicity. Next, shift 3 cups pepper or salt, but it doesn't matter. Sample rum. Sip 1/2 pint lemon juice. Fold in chopped butter and strained nuts. Add 1 tablespoon of brown sugar and whatever color sugar you can find. Mix well. Sample the last cup of rum. Freeze oven. Turn cake pan to 350 degrees. Pour messy to above and 8. Check the bottle of rum and load it again. When I have similar to that.
Bye-bye. I don't know about that.
that'd be a good idea.
Do what?
Just walk.
But I never heard anybody say anything bad against mother or daddy, either one.
Well, I was Margaret Ann's daughter, Dottie Kay. You know, she was such a sweet gal, and I don't know if this means anything to you or not, but one night I had a vision.
Talking about her showing her bottom thing, but I do remember the two of them used to be out in the yard all the time in their bathing suits and hose. Because I remember going up there one time with them.
Really?
Yeah. Of course, I was real little, so you know, a lot of this stuff I don't remember. A lot of what I know has just been told by other people.
Something about Elm Street. It is good. It's magical.
It's still home.
Peaceful. It's calming.
I spend a lot of time on the porch.
23 years I haven't been back here, and we pulled on Elm Street, and I went, that's one time. I mean, I just knew.
It's great.
Yeah, but I've got a picture of you, I think, stretched out on the couch there, and that one picture, she looks just like you did the last time I saw you.
Really?
My family said, and my sister was mentioning it in Middletown the other day, just that Mr. Behrman would come home drinking, that I guess he got kind of mean, and Mrs. Behrman would come down, knock on the door, come around and knock on Mother and Daddy's bedroom window, and Dad would get up there and talk to him, try and get him calmed down, and Mrs. Behrman, Margaret Ann, and Buster just said Mother fixed them a bed, and they stayed at the house.
So you guys are just good friends then, huh?
Yeah.
Now, were you the one that she used to always dress and comb her hair?
No, that was my older sister.
Okay, we saw her the other day.
She's the one that lives in the home place.
Oh, okay.
She's the one that lives in the home
So that's
place.
when she used to play, it was her baby doll.
Yeah. That's in the house where we were born and raised.
Really? You were born and
raised? The only ones
raised?
that were born in the hospital were our oldest sister, Anita, and the youngest sister, Nancy. The rest of us the other three were born right there at the house.
And whose house was it across the street from you?
At St. Clara's. There were two houses across the street. One directly across from us was the Blunt, St. Clara and Uncle Linville. That was one of Mother's oldest sister who was living at the time. And then the brick house on the corner was another one of Mother's sisters. That was Aunt Daisy. And she was married to a man named John Lutz. Everybody called him Biz.
Oh, and who was the one that shot my dad?
Seems to me like the name was Slim Phillips.
Slim Phillips.
You have to ask your mother to see if that name sounds familiar to her.
Okay. Yeah, she showed me the church where he had been shot.
Yeah,
in front of
near
the
the
church.
Methodist church.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
My younger sister lives across the street from there.
Did they take him away, or do you know?
I don't remember. It seemed like he was sentenced to prison or something.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Mm.
I think they eventually got him.
They eventually got him,
I
huh?
think so. But you have to ask your mother sometime if that's not the name.
You know, my dad almost died that night.
Yeah.
He told me that his dad had come to him and said, Gordy, it's not your time. His dad and his grandpa came to him in a dream or something and said, Gordy, it's not your time. And he says that was the only one that ever called him Gordy. And he got better the next day.
I remember he got shot in the chest.
Five bullets. They emptied
how many.
They emptied a gun into him. This was a bit amazing.
That's all I know.
Okay. Well, do you want to say anything to Mother as a surprise?
Your mother will love seeing this on tape. Just love seeing it on tape. My older sister and brother would be the ones that would really remember what happened, because I don't think I was even around at that time.
Oh. Give us your phone number while I get it on tape.
Area code 513-423-5368.
Okay. What is it again? Slowly.
513-423-5368.
Okay, we got it now. Thank you very much. Hi, Billy. Here for the trip home. She's given her a new highlight, a new color. Actually, it's not new. It's what she used to have before. She's just given it back to her again. And she works. She works in a little shop. What's your shop called?
Beauty Clinique.
Beauty Clinique. And she has about 45, 55 customers, you say?
Oh God, I probably did that many today.
Oh my.
No, you did.
No, probably not that many today, but I'm sure I've done that many this week. Because when I moved out there from Penny's, we sent out 600 cards, moving cards.
Great. Mother, Okay.
What color is she? She saw me at the reunion and said, my aunt can't go like that. I'll go do something for her.
Well, I was thinking to myself, I wonder if she'd let me put some color on her head. Okay, you go and check it out.
Okay.
Tell me what you think.
I'll do it.
Excuse me?
Hi, Rob. You want to say any closing words? This is the last before I put it away. Want to tell us anything before we leave?
That.
Tell us anything before we leave?
That.
Here's the eastern sky over Kentucky. And the haze that you see is the blue haze that they talk about. The smoke that you see is Rebecca's dark cigarette.
6 in the morning. It's the last morning that Carrie Ann and Mary and Margaret Ann and Dot are in Richmond, Kentucky. I remember when I came here in 1972 with Mother, this freeway had not been constructed. And we came back this time, and to our great dismay and shock, they had put this horrible I-75 north and south in. Well, luckily, the whole backyard is covered with these deciduous trees. And in the summertime, I'm sure the noise is 2 to 3 times less than it is in the winter. Her backyard is so magnificent. It's got everything from mulberry, which is a berry-producing tree, to volunteer black walnuts. Everywhere I look, there are volunteer black walnuts. She has these wonderful southern white oaks and dogwoods, a couple of species of pine. I've noticed that she's got mountain ash growing down in this big clump of ecosystem in her backyard. It's so wonderful. She also has poison ivy growing down there, and you've got to be real careful and be clear about the identification before you go tromping down through this little woods area.
The mist over the top of the houses and the trees is caused because of the humidity in the ground. Comes with colors. This is Geneva's area. Mist rising from the pond. These are some beautiful white flowers. It looks like little snowflakes growing along the side of the road. And the stream, the cow in the distance. I'm not sure what little birds these are. Sparrows, I would imagine.
I heard that story.
No, he hasn't heard the story. They only.
I heard the punchline part. You did? I'm done with it then. No, sorry.
But oh God, he had Mary and I out in the yard. Robert, my 48-year-old male cousin that looks like Paul, and Mary and I, and we were looking out the back property, and Mary and I just kept looking at each other like this because he'd walk in front of us and we'd see this huge Virgin River gorge in front of us. I mean, it was big enough you could have tunneled a driveway through it. And he'd, dang, yeah, and every 2 seconds he'd go whack, and this flat tip would just go flying. And, well, which was pretty easy for him because he only had 3 teeth that went this way.
So it directed it the right direction.
And it was all spittle all over his chin and stuff.
Oh, that is the perfect hillbilly.
But I was so interested in what he was saying because he was pointing out, he's going, well, this is where the old apple used to be. And I went, gosh, I guess this is going to be the best growing place on the property, huh? And he goes, yeah, maybe. He didn't get my humor, you know. And then he took us over someplace else, and I started sinking in mud about this beach, and I was like, uh-oh. And he goes, yeah, just took out the hog sty that was here.
I knew he was going to say that. You knew the pig for there.
And then he grabs this tree and he goes, you ever seen a mulberry? And I went, well, no, in fact, I haven't. He goes, well, grab yourself a couple of those things and just put it between your teeth and peel it like a piece of corn. And, well, okay. So I reached up and I was grabbing them, pulling them like a piece of corn. These are good. And he's just standing there grinning. Yep, they're live mulberries on the rest.
He didn't say they were poisonous or anything after that.
Or he didn't say he looked for little bugs in there.
Oh, I was looking at the bugs and I was picking them off myself. They were covered with little green bugs.
Mother.
But the great thing about it is I told Carrie, you're married.
Mother. Mother. It's Mary to go over there.
I knew you'd be in trouble on this trip. I just sensed it.
Quiet. Okay, so anyway, we're walking around all this property, and he's showing us this. It's my great-grandmother Eliza McKinney-Ginner's home, okay? I'm looking at logs that are like 200-year-old southern white oak. They were hand-formed. This house, like the back foundation, the bottom came out and the top went in. It was just like, I don't know how the thing was literally standing. And he's explaining all of these construction procedures to Bob. Bob doesn't know a damn thing about construction, but I'm like looking at this guy in the eye, trying to catch his eye. I want him to talk to me about the construction. I'm so interested. No, he starts talking about one technical thing, and he turns and talks to Bob because he's the man.
That's right.
Bob's the man.
Yeah.
So I decided, well, okay, this is just swell. So we walk around the front of the house, and after about an hour and a half of looking through the house and up in the attic and looking at everything, we're standing out front, and I just can't stand it anymore. Okay, I just can't stand it. So I walked up to him and I said, you know, my father's a construction guy, and he's been involved in construction his whole life. And I follow him around like a dog, and he's taught me everything I know, and I've done a whole lot of work on my own home. You know, I really understand what you've been doing here. And he kind of backs off from me, you know, a little bit. And he's looking at me like this, and he goes, your husband don't do this for you?
Your husband?
Your husband? Husband don't do this for you? And I went, I don't have a husband. Well, he backs off even further. He stares at me for a minute. He stares at me for a minute and he goes, what's wrong with those boys up there in Oregon? I said, well, you know, it's my choice. You know, there's just no husband. And so I stuck my hand up to shake his hand and I said, gosh, thanks for your hospitality. You know, it's really been great. I think you're doing an incredible job with this home. You know, good luck. And I was shaking his hand, you know, and I guess I was shaking it a little bit too firmly. And he looked right at me in the eye and he goes, you sure you ain't Ryan?
Did you go like this?
No.
Lean back a little.
Here, I was shaking this guy's hand. He looks at me, and I mean, these 3 teeth going this way, spittle, this big gut. He goes, you sure you ain't Ryan? And I just backed up, and I went, do I look like a man? And then he pauses, and he looks me up and down, elevator eyes, and he goes, no, ma'am.
Now, tell me something. Where did it come up with that? Did they get National Enquirer there?
I don't.
I want you to check and see next time.
What about sending him mail from the construction working with kids?
Oh yeah, and then my little second cousin Robert's son, we're riding home in the car and he goes, you know, Dot, if I were you, I'd send this boy a letter and sign it. Love, the construction worker with tits from Oregon.
Do it.
Kid's 17 years old. You know, Dot, well, we're all just roaring.
This is Turkey.
That's a turkey guy.
Turkey guy.
Oh,
kid.
well, see, at the beginning.
Oh, these kids fell in love with him. I tell you, this good boy.
At the beginning of the whole experience with this man, I literally was looking at his mouth trying to understand what he was saying because I didn't understand his dialect.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I didn't. It was like,
I don't know what part of Georgia.
it was like I was an alien in a strange world or something. So I kept looking at Robert to translate, and he would. But here, I'm getting a translation from a deep backwoods Kentucky boy that was grown and raised in Alabama that's trying to translate for this Georgia boy. And it was just like, well, okay, I think they're talking about the inside wall. Okay, well, let's see, I think they're talking about the propane tank.
Oh, you guys.
I think there may have been a side porch on this place that they took off and replaced on the burnt down tar barn. It was just,
We got to taste mulberries.
I heard.
Mulberry juice.
Well, we went down to the basement because of another owner that had it put in a basement, you know, narrow at one end and wider at the other end. The house has never been, you know, level or anything.
oh, it's so untrue. You told me once,
Had
now,
some
Dottie,
shells in it.
a house is never plumb. A house is never square. Well, I've always believed you and gone with that. But this house is like 2.5 feet off square.
You stand on the top of the stairwell, and if you stand straight, you're falling forward because the stairwell is falling forward.